Good morning, guys. Happy Saturday. Good evening. Good evening to you guys in Nigeria and wherever you guys are.
Hello, the
Hi.
team.
Hi. Good evening, Juliet. Good evening, Wisdom. Yes. Good afternoon. Good evening. So, you guys just give me a second. I'm running a little bit behind. I'm ready, but I just want to check all the files that I'm about to send to you guys. Make sure everything is there. I'm very excited about today's classes. I pretty much took a lot of the feedbacks you guys gave me about things you would like to see in the CI/CD pipeline, and I implemented it in this project. So it should be very good. I'm very excited about it. So um I'm really excited to share it with you guys. Just give me a second. Just there's just one more information I want to give for you guys, then we'll start. Because I don't want to start now and just be all over the place. So just give me a second. Ismail, good evening. Yeah. So, in the meantime, if anyone has any question, you guys can ask. I can.
Good diagnosis.
Good afternoon, sir.
There's a lot of feedback in the code.
Mr. Emmanuel, your voice is kind of low. I can barely hear you.
Saying that you're having feedback. There is feedback in the code.
Oh, okay. Where in the chat?
I don't know which one it is, but at least it's what the feedback.
Oh, oh, you're hearing feedback?
Yes, from below.
Oh, from my end. Is anybody else hearing feedback?
No,
Yes,
no.
Mr. Emmanuel, in the beginning, yes, there was a feedback because I didn't mute myself on my YouTube. So I don't know if you're watching me in two places, maybe that's where it's coming from. Or you can probably just rejoin if you're still hearing it. Okay, I find the actions. Doc. Work. Oh, yeah, just one more thing. I just want to find one more thing and we'll start. Perfect. Workflow syntax. Let me put that on. We'll put that on here. We'll start. Just give me to about 11, like 6 more minutes. We'll start. I'll close this one. Need to put this one here. Close this one. This one here. Um, Okay. Right. What do I have here? Okay, and this one. And to close this one. Okay. And this. This one, like that. Could you please post the Google link for the project? Yes, I'm working on it. I'll post it now. Just give me 1 second. I'll post it. I'm just checking all the files, making sure everything is there. And I'll post it in a second. Just a second. This one. Yeah. I'll put this. Yeah. Good morning, John. John, you said you bought the course, right? You know you can be in here. I'm not sure if you're watching on YouTube, but you are supposed to be on the Zoom call. I know I probably haven't sent you the Slack thing, but sure. Can you send me your email? I'll send you the Zoom link. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Sorry, I haven't sent it. Okay. Okay, let me post the link so you guys can download the. Started working on this the asset for this project like 3 days ago. I thought I had enough time, but there's just a lot of stuff to check, and I'm trying to make sure that I have everything you guys need. So just trying to cover as much as I can. Okay, let me just paste it in here. We'll start with this for now, and if there's anything else we need, then we'll just handle it as we go. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, copy link. All right. Mhm. Right. Can you guys see you guys can see my screen, right? Or did I stop sharing?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, we can
Okay.
see.
All right, perfect. All right, this is the link for the project asset. You guys can download it. And here, And here, this is the link. This one here. That's the link. You guys can download the asset. So once you get into this, once you get into this Google Drive, you can download the entire folder. So if you click on it, you should see like a download. I'm not sure how it's showing up for you guys. So let me click on the link, use the link so I can see how it's showing up. So once you click on the link, it will be showing up like this. You can just click on this one. You see the download. It's going to download the zip for you. So let me just do that with you guys. It's downloading it now. I'll wait for it to. In the meantime, I'm going to log into my AWS account. I'll see if we can finish this project today, but if not, we'll finish up next week. Is the management console not loading for anyone to, or is it just me? Oh, never mind. Okay. So once you've downloaded the zip, right, it should show up in your zip in your downloads folder here, like that. So unzip it. And you should have it here. So these are the assets that are in there. We'll cover everything as we go. Okay, John, let me go to my email now so I can send it to you. But I don't think I remember your email. Just give me a second. John, can you send me an email real quick so I can, let me see if I can. Or if you, John. There's a lot of John in my inbox. So I'm not sure which one is you. Let me see if I can.
It's Azeez.
Sir?
Please, I didn't get the message you sent.
Okay, the link. Okay, let
Yes.
me send it again. Okay, I sent it again.
Thank you.
John, I think I found you. You're welcome, sir. Okay, I sent it, John. All right. Let me know if you got it. I haven't got your email, but I saw a name that is like yours. It's pretty much the same name, so I've sent it to that one. Let me know if you got it. Okay, cool. All right, let's start. So yeah, we have the asset, and so that's all we need to do here. So let's just get into it. Today we are working on the CI/CD project, and today is just going to be pretty much everything we've been working on so far from day one. This is where everything comes together. you won't be able to complete this project if you haven't done the Docker project, and if you have not completed the Terraform modules project, you can still follow along, but you need to complete those projects before you can do the CI/CD project. Because as you guys know, the CI/CD is not independent of this project. We've done everything. We started off deploying things manually, then we started automating things. Now we are trying to build a pipeline that can just run everything for us, with us just taking hands off it, right? So the pipeline part we are building today is a continuation of those projects. So it's pretty much everything you've done so far now rolled up into one thing. So that is why it is important that you complete those projects. But if you haven't finished them, don't worry, you can still follow along. This can just be like a motivation to finish those projects. Okay. So so in our reference file, there's an image there, the CI/CD image. If you guys open it, that image, this is the pipeline we are going to build. So it's pretty much a GitHub Actions CI/CD pipeline, and we would deploy pretty much the same dynamic web app we've been deploying to ECS. So this pipeline has how many jobs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 jobs. So in the first job, and the pipeline goes in the order you are seeing it from top to bottom, right? And I also took a lot of the feedback I got from you guys, from those that have done job interview, and things you guys would like to see in the pipeline. Because the pipeline I had before this was a simple pipeline. But I think this one covers all the things you guys will want to know. So the pipeline runs from top to bottom. In the first job, we would deploy our AWS infrastructure. So this is where we would download our Terraform code. We'll check out our Terraform code from the repository. We stored it, and we are going to install Terraform on the runner that is completing the jobs for us. So I'm not going to explain too much, so not to get complicated, but in the first job, this is where we would run our Terraform module. The last project we did, this is where we will run that job, which would pretty much create our AWS infrastructure, migrate our data into the RDS instance and all that stuff. So that's in the first job. That's this job. Then in the second job, we are going to build our Docker image. So that job is for building your Docker image, because once we deploy our AWS infrastructure, right? Let's say in the future, there's an update to the Docker image, right? In this pipeline, the second job will just always continue to rebuild your Docker image for you, right? So that's what this job is doing. So in this job, we would build the Docker image. Then before we push the Docker image to ECR, we will scan the image with Trivy. And if there is any vulnerability in the image, the pipeline will stop. But if there is no vulnerability, it would push it to ECR. So in this job, we are introducing security where we are scanning the image. I know that's one of the things you guys requested, so I added that there. Although in our project, and you guys will see there's a condition that I add to the job, because the web files we are using, there are some vulnerabilities in there, which is good because it helps you guys see when we do the scan what the scan looks like. There are some vulnerabilities in there that's because someone else wrote the code and gave it to, and we are using it. So I wouldn't know how to fix all the vulnerabilities in it. So maybe like when they wrote the code, the package they got from somewhere has since been updated and we need to update it. But you guys don't have to worry about that. The main thing is just adding the scan feature into our pipeline so you guys can see if there's any vulnerabilities. So in our code, I wrote a condition that would, because we are just deploying in our environment is dev. So with that, we'll say we want to push it. We'll still push our image to ECR because it's the dev environment, but we'll send a notification that there's some vulnerabilities in it. But if the environment is prod, stop the pipeline. So you guys will see that. So that's the second job. In the third job, once we build our Docker image, right? Remember, we already deployed our ECS. The Terraform would have already deployed our ECS. So in the third job, we would use the new image that we push to ECR to create a new tax definition. You guys know the ECS use tax definition to deploy things. So we will create a new tax definition. We'll pretty much update our tax definition with the new image we push to ECR. Then once we update the tax definition, we will start the ECS service again to use the new image that we just pushed to ECS. Then in this job, these two jobs, these are two separate jobs, but when you see them side by side like this means that these are running together. So once we update our ECS service and we start the ECS service, we are going to check whether our website is available. So this is where we do the testing, right? Two ways we will test is we will test whether we can actually access our website. So we'll just run a call command to our domain to see if we can access our site. And we will also check the number of tags we have running versus the desired amount of tags we want running. Remember, when we are creating our tags, we'll specify the desired amount of tags, and that is the amount we should have running. So in case if anything is failing, the tags is not going to be the same. If any of this true is false, our pipeline would not fully deploy, right? So if any of these two, if one of these two fails, the pipeline will roll back. So you guys requested this feature to test, and here, this is where we will roll back. So before everything deploys to the site where the site is down because what we are trying to deploy is not working, the pipeline will just roll back. So in this rollback feature, all it would do is remember we update our tax definition here. So it would pretty much store the previous tax definition that was working before we updated it. So in case the test fails, it will roll back to that previous tax definition that was working, and we'll have our site. And the last feature you guys request, which is once everything is done, it will send a notification to Slack. So here we would configure everything. I'll show you guys how to configure your Slack webhook so you can send notification to it. So this is the pipeline workflow. Does anyone have any question? All right, cool. In this file, so what I want you guys to do is you can open your Visual Studio Code. And in Visual Studio Code, open your project. So remember the same project we've been doing, your AWS projects repository. So open it. In there, you should have your Docker, right? You should have your Docker. You should have your EKS, Terraform Module, and that's all we've created, right? So in this repository is where we will create our workflow file too. So this is where we are going to start. And also in the reference file, you guys can, if you want, you can take this, there is this Prayer 7 agenda README. It's like a MD markdown file. You can drag and drop it here in your project. So I'm not dropping it in the folder. I'm just dropping it anywhere here, right? So you have it. This is going to be the guide. And even when you guys are working on it later, you can use it as a guide. So once you drop this README file here, remember if you want to see it in the preview mode, just click this icon here to open the preview mode, and it will show you in the preview mode. Once you have the preview mode, you can close this. Right. So these are the things we will do. So I pretty much gave you like the same thing I just explained. The pipeline, right? And so we are here now, right? So to start, these are the things we would do. The pipeline will be deploying our Terraform module. So let me just remove this next, because the pipeline will be deploying our Terraform module, the same one we completed last week. That's what the pipeline will be deploying, right? So in that module, remember we have the backend, main.tf and providers.tf. So when we run Terraform apply here from our local environment, this is us testing it locally, right? So for our CI/CD project, and remember this is in a repository, right? This is just what we cloned on our local environment. So what we would do here is to prepare it for our pipeline. I want you to delete this .terraform folder, and we are going to delete this .terraform HCL log, right? And in the backend file, remove the profile, because this is the profile we configured on our computer. When the job, the runner that is going to be running the job runs it, it wouldn't need the profile because it can just use the default. And even if you do it this way on your computer, it will still work. You just have to make sure you configure the default profile on your computer. Remember when you guys create access key and secret access key in AWS, and you just run AWS configure and you put your access key and secret access key, that is creating a default profile. So here, what I'm trying to say is if you don't have a profile here and you configured a default profile on your computer and you run this Terraform code, it is still going to work. So when our ECS service, our GitHub action calls this file, because the access key and secret access key will be on it, it is still going to work, even if we didn't specify the profile, because it is going to use the default profile. So in the providers file, we are going to do the same, remove the profile. So you should just have this. I'm going to save it. And that is that one. Then the next thing we need to do is we need to update the output. So that's all we need to do here. That's on this section. So removing the profile. So remove this one. Then in the next one, right, the next thing we need to do is our ECS module. We need to add some outputs to the ECS module, because what we are doing is when we use Terraform to deploy our infrastructure, we will pass some values from the Terraform deployment to our pipeline that our pipeline we use. So everything is dynamic all the way. So that way we are not specifying, for example, we are not specifying cluster name in our Terraform, then in our pipeline, we are specifying cluster name again. So you have it in two different places. that could turn into issue later on where if there is a mismatch, your pipeline could fail, right? So here we'll just output our ECS cluster name is the same way we did it when we complete our project, and we'll pass it on to the pipeline, and the pipeline will just use the same name. Whatever name we specify in Terraform, that's what the pipeline will use. So these are the things, these are the values we want to add to the module output. So what I want you guys to do is open your modules. I'm going to open my modules repository. So this is our modules repository, right? And let me make it bigger so you guys can see. So in our modules repository, we have the ECS module, right? That has just this one output there. So in our reference file, I created a ECS module here. This ECS modules folder. There's an output file there. I want you to open it. So you can see in this output that I created, right? In this output that I created, there is I'm adding an output for ECS cluster name, ECS tax definition name. We already have the ECS service and ECS service name. So this one is what is currently in there, and we are just adding 3 more. The only thing is if you've updated the reference name of your cluster name, you have to just update these values here. But if you use the same one that we use in our project, you should be fine, right? So what I mean by it is like we are getting our cluster name, right? You know, to get the cluster name, it is the resource type, the reference name, right? So I'm saying if your reference name is different, it shouldn't be, but if you end up changing it for any reason, just make sure your output value is pointing to the right. Just make sure your output value is pointing to the right thing. So if you have the same reference name as me, just copy this and paste it in your modules, in the output of your module. And you can close this, then save your module, right? So if you now look in the output, we just added 3 new outputs. So that's all we are doing for the ECS one. And if you guys haven't completed your Terraform module, when you are completing it, just make sure you add this output to the ECS. So once you've done that, you can push your changes. Just put update, and yes, I'm going to push it. That's all we need to do here. Then the next thing we are going to do is update our main.tf output, right? So remember I said this Terraform project, this CI/CD project, we are going to be deploying the Terraform module. So in your Terraform modules next app, main.tf, right? We just need to add some outputs down here. So these outputs are, again, these are outputs that we want to pass to the pipeline that the pipeline can use. The values we already specify in our Terraform deployment, we want to pass them to the pipeline. So we already have an output here, right? So if you go in the reference file and you go back one level to the main.tf, the main, open this one, you'll see these outputs here, right? So the website, let me close some of this so you can see better. So the website output is what we already currently have in there, right? So we are just going to add this one, this domain name, RDS endpoint, ECS tax definition name, ECS cluster name, and ECS service name. So copy these ones. You don't have to copy the website. I'm just showing you, copy this one and put it here. So once you do that, we can close this, right? And I'm going to close this for now. So here, the only thing you also have to make sure is for the domain name, for example, remember the value of the domain name is in the SSL module right here, right? So all we did is we just did module SSL and domain, right? The RDS endpoint, you guys should have that. We export this value when we created the module. The domain name, the RDS endpoint. The only three we are adding is this ECS tax definition, which is the one we just add to the module now and we pushed. So once you add this here, right, the ECS module here would have those outputs, and we are now referencing them here. So I'm going to save the file. That's all we need to do here. And let's continue. So we've done this one, we've done this one. We've done, so we are number 5. So number 5, how GitHub Actions works is, and if you guys want to see like the documentation for GitHub Actions, right? Here, this is like the full documentation. Here on this, I'm on like a separate page now because there's something I want to show you on this page, but let me just click this. For example, getting started, quick start, open it. So here you can see a bunch of information about how to get started with GitHub Actions, right? So creating your first workflow. So in that pipeline I showed you with all the different jobs, that's called a workflow in GitHub Actions. So here it is telling you how to create your first workflow, right? So here, all it's telling you to do is in your workflow, you will have a deployment YAML file, right? That is the file that will, all that job that I showed you is specified in. But the structure your folder has to be is in this structure. You see it here? It says, let me send this link to you guys. Send it to you guys here. So this is the structure your file has to be in. It not even have to, must be in for it to work. So this is saying you have to create a folder called .github, and in that folder you create another folder called workflow, and this has to be in your GitHub repository, right? So that's what we're about to do now. Remember, let me open this, right? Remember, not this one. Remember, this is our repository, the AWS project repository. This is the one we've been using for all of our projects. So, and this repository is cloned on my computer. That is this repository I'm in here. So what the documentation is saying is we have to create this .github workflow. So this is equivalent to now you come into your AWS project repository here. If you right click here, what it's telling you to do is create a folder, call the folder .github. Then once you create that folder, you go into that folder and you create another folder in it called workflow. But in Visual Studio Code, it's just easy to do it like this. So you see this .github workflows I have here, copy it. And here, just come and click create new folder and paste it in there. And that will create the folder structure for you. So if you press enter, you can see it has created a .github folder, and in that folder, it has created another folder called workflow. Just to show you guys in the browser, right, what it looks like in the browser. If we go to the my C drive, your home directory, wherever your repository is cloned, you can see this is my AWS project. You can see my AWS project. There's a .github folder, And in that .github folder, there is a workflow folder. That is all that is done. So once we've created, the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create SSH keys. The reason why we are creating SSH key is because you know our Terraform module here, the modules, the Terraform project here. When we run it, it is calling a module that is in a different repository, right? Your runners that you are going to be using in GitHub Actions does not have access to that repository. So, and this is another good thing that we are learning here, because now I'm showing you how to still have a runner in a separate repository that is running a module that is calling another Terraform module from a different repository. So this is very good. This is like work level stuff. So since in our main.tf, for example, right, this will be calling a module that is in a different repository. Our runner is going to only have access to this AWS repository. So we need to give it access to the other repository too, so it can run it when Terraform is running, to clone that, to be able to download those modules. So that's what we are setting up here. So how that will work is we are going to set up a deploy key. So first we will create the key. We will create the SSH key. It's like just like when we create key pair in our Docker project, we'll create another key. We'll name that key GitHub Actions key, right? Then we are going to copy the public print of that key and paste it in the deploy key section in our Terraform modules repository. Then once we do that, we would now add the private key of that key pair into our GitHub Actions secrets. That's what will allow it. But you guys will see the connection. So, but for now, we just need to create the key. So I want you guys to copy this command here. This is the command that will create the key for you. And open the terminal. Once you open the terminal on your computer, just paste it there and press enter. So maybe what I didn't do is because I was doing this on the Mac, but just let me get this in the Windows version. Just a second. Yeah, I did this on my Mac. Just a second. Okay. The PowerShell version is here. I'm just going to close this for now. And I'm going to paste it in the chat for those that are using Windows computer. This is the PowerShell version. And I'll paste it here on YouTube. This is the PowerShell version. But for those that are using Mac computer, the one I have in here will work, because I didn't realize that it would be different on PowerShell. It's not too different, but it's just the syntax. So this is the command. I'm going to open the terminal again and paste the command here. This is what it will look like on PowerShell. And I'll press enter. And you can see it has created the key. So remember, when you create SSH keys, this goes back to our Docker project, things you guys should not forget. When you create SSH keys, it is the same way. Anytime you hear SSH, it is always the same thing, right? When you generate SSH keys, two keys will be generated, a public key and a private key. So if we go to the home directory on your computer, go to my home directory. go to the .ssh. Let me refresh here. I should see the key here, but I'm not sure why I am not seeing it. Okay, let me see where I created it. Saved, deploy has been saved. Where? Let me just ls here. Maybe I saved it on my home directory. Yeah, I saved it here. That's not what I want. I want it in the .ssh. I mean, it's still not. You know what? Let's leave it here. So let's leave it here. Normally, we can put it in the .ssh folder because that's where all your SSH keys should be. But because I ran it in the home directory, right, and I gave it a different name, it just created it here in my home directory. That's fine. We can leave it there. Or if you want, you can move it to the .ssh. It's still going to be, it's not going to hurt anything. Right. But we can leave it here because we're not using it on our, let's just leave it in the home directory. You can see the keys are here. Right. So that would be on my, I don't need to be in the .ssh. I just need to be in my home. And in my home directory, the keys are here. Deploy key, right? So you guys remember the one with the pub file, that is the public key. And the raw normal one that is kind of clear, that is the private key. So that's what I mean about when you create a key pair, two keys will be generated, a public key and a private key, right? Always remember that about key pair. And remember to use key pair. How it works is whatever you are trying to connect into, you will give that thing will have the public key. And whoever is trying to connect will have the private key. That is how we are able to connect into our EC2 instance, right? When we create the EC2 instance, we give it the public key. That's the one you see in AWS that you add to the EC2. Then the private key is the one that was downloaded on your computer when you create a key pair, and that's what you use to SSH into the EC2. This is how connecting to anything using key pair works. Whatever you are trying to connect to will get the public key, and whoever is trying to connect will get the private key. So we've created the key pair. So now we need to go into our repository. Remember, our pipeline is wants to connect to the modules repository to download the modules. So we have to go into the repository settings, and we should see a deploy key there, and we will add the deploy key there. So what we are going to do is the key pair you just created, right? You can open it. I'm going to right click on it and open it with PowerShell not PowerShell, open it with Visual Studio Code, but you can open it with like a notepad of Visual Studio Code, anyone that's possible. Then select everything here. Make sure you don't delete anything here. Just Control A or highlight it, select everything and copy. So once you copy it, we'll go to your GitHub repository. So you go to your GitHub repository. So in GitHub, I'll just go to my home page here. Then I'll go into the modules repository. Remember, you want to be in the Terraform modules repository. Once you are in the modules repository, you click settings. And here, you'll see deploy keys here. Select it. Then click add deploy key. You give the key a name. Let's call it GitHub Actions. Actions. And you now paste the public key you copied in here. Then you can click allow write access and click add key. Then I don't know this new thing where GitHub is always asking you to verify. So here I'm just going to get the code real quick and so I can verify and sign and accept that. So they should send like a code to your email if the verified thing is showing up for you too. So just go to your whatever email is connected to your GitHub account and you should see a code in there. Paste it here to verify. So now you'll see that deploy key you just added in the modules repository.
This is just a quick question. PowerShell, do I need to install it for Visual to connect through SSH on it? As I'm connect to the remote or not? Do I need to download? I'm using Windows machine, so do I need to download PowerShell or is
PowerShell comes on Windows by default.
okay.
So in your Windows computer, if you see in the search box here, type PowerShell, it will come up.
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, so far, does anyone have any questions? Okay. All right. So let's continue. Yes, I okay. Moving on. That's my file. All right, I'm just going to close this. So we've added the deploy key, right? The next thing we are going to do is the Slack webhook, right? So at the end of our pipeline, we will receive a notification in Slack. So we want to create a webhook so a webhook is just an address to a specific Slack channel. Is how you authorize, we can give our pipeline authorization to send message to a specific Slack channel. So if you don't have a Slack, if you have Slack, just download, go register for an account. You can get a free account. My Slack is free, the one I'm using, right? So once you have a free Slack, you set up your Slack and everything, you are going to use this link to access the Slack API thing, Slack's API, right? So once you are on this page, first sign into your Slack account. I'm going to sign in here. You can see when you sign up for Slack, just use your Google account to sign up for it. So I'm going to sign into my Slack here. I'm going to click continue. And I'm going to go into my workspace, open Slack, right? So once I sign in on the web, and I can come back to that link again. So I'm going to click on that link again. Right, so that will bring you here. And you will see all the apps you have, right? So once you are on this page, the first thing you are going to do is create a new app. So you click create new app here. You are going to select from scratch. You give the app a name. I'll call it GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions pipeline. Then once you give the app a name, you select your workspace. So it's only one workspace you will have, unless if you have multiple workspace. But you select the workspace you want to create the app in, then you click create app. So once you create the app, the credentials will be here, right? And on this page, all you have to do now is just on the features on the left, select incoming webhooks. And on this page, you are going to toggle this on. And if you scroll down, you'll see this section. And on this section, you are going to now click Add New Webhook. So here, on this page, it would be the workspace, which is the same workspace, and the channel in your workspace you want to create the webhook for, right? Remember, these are all the different channels I have now, like our AWS channel, our AWS, this DevOps channel, right? These are different channels. You see all the channels in your workspace. So select whichever one you want to be receiving the Slack notification on. So if you have any channel, just create a channel in Slack and you should see it here. So I'm going to send the notification to our workspace, our channel, this one, the AWS and DevOps one. So once it's selected, click Allow. And that's all you need to do. So you've created the webhook. Now the webhook is here. So we will copy it later on and paste it in our secret. So just understand the webhook is here. So I'll leave this page for now. I'm going to leave this page because I've created a webhook. Going to close this and let's move on. So that's what we just did here, creating this webhook. So in this next section, this is where we would create. This is where we will create the secrets that our pipeline is going to need, right? Here, our pipeline will need our AWS access key and secret access key. This will be to access AWS, to download anything it needs to download and all that stuff. It will need a personal access token, right? It will need the RDS DB password, the SSH private key, the one we just created, right? And the Slack webhook. So these are the secrets we will create. So let's start with the AWS access key ID, right? So that will be the same one we configured on our computer that is running your Terraform code, right? The easiest way to do is like you can go in your configured area on your computer to copy it, or I think you can generate multiple access keys for a user. Let's see, because I already generated one on my other computer. Let's see if I can generate one more. So in your AWS account, go to the IAM. Let me just refresh here. Then select users. The user we are using is this cloud project user. So select it. And once you select the user, you should, once you select the user, you should see, just come to the credentials, security credentials tab, right? So you can see I have 2 access keys here. That's all I can generate. I don't think I can generate more. I've reached the maximum. So AWS only lets you generate 2. So I'm using this on my current computer and this on my Mac computer. But just in case, if you guys can generate one more, you can just generate one more here under that user. But I can probably use another user in my account. It wouldn't break anything for this project, right? It won't break anything. Or if you guys just want to be consistent, you can go to the same. Remember, your access keys will be stored in your home drive, your home directory in the .aws, right? Credentials, right? If I open my credentials, my access key will be stored there. I don't want to expose it, but my access key will be stored there, right? You can just go copy it from there. So 2 things you can do to generate your access key. Either copy it from here in your home, whichever one you are using now to run your Terraform code, or you can generate another one for the user here. You guys understand me, right? Can I get a yes, no, maybe, if you guys understand what I mean on YouTube and here on Slack before I move on. So I'm taking you guys silence as you guys understand what I mean, right? So here, okay, thank you, Juliet. Thank you. So all you need is you just generate, you can use the same access key you've been using. If you want to use the same one you've been using, you will find it here on your home directory in the credentials, or you can generate a new one. That's it. Then, thank you guys. Then the next thing we are going to do is create a pipeline secret. So I'm going to create the access key and secret access. I'll show you guys how to create it, but when I'm going to pause my screen just to put the access key and secret access key there, but it's the same thing you guys can do. So to create the access key, we'll go to to create the pipeline secret, you go to your GitHub repository. So here in your GitHub account, come to the home and select your AWS project repository, because this is the repository we are using to run the pipeline, the AWS repository. In the repository, you are going to select settings. Then here, you are going to select secrets and variables here. Then select actions. So I'll bring you here. So here we are going to create new repository secret. So click new repository secret. And here you paste the secrets we have to create. So here, it's just like, I didn't mean to do that. It's just the same way we created the secrets in Secrets Manager. So copy this, right? Once you copy it, you paste it here under name. The key will be the name. Then here is where you paste the value. So I'm going to go and copy my access key ID from my credentials file and paste it in here. So I'm going to pause my screen and do that. So I copied it. I'm going to paste it here. So once you copy your access key, paste it in the secrets box, then click add secret. So once you add secret, once you paste it in there, that's the only time you'll be able to see that secret. If you try to edit it, it will be a blank secrets box. You will have to paste another one in there. Once you add it, you won't be able to see it again, but it is there. So once you add it, this is what it will look like. See, I'll just add the one for the access key ID. This is what it will look like. Then if you click edit here, you won't be able to see, you have to paste another one in there. So we are going to click add new secrets again, and we would copy the next one we want to add, which is the AWS secret access key. So I'll copy that and I'll paste it up here in the name. Then in the secrets, I'm going to put my actual value of my secret access key there. So let me pause again. Once you paste the value in the secret, you're going to click add secret, and that will add your secret key. And if I resume, you guys will see here, I now have the access key ID and secret access key. The values are in there. So let's create the next one. I'll click add new repository secret. And the next one I want to add is the personal access token. So remember the same personal access token you guys are using in your Docker projects to clone the private repository. The personal access token you guys are using to clone your private repository, you can just paste it here. And if it don't work, you can create another one later on. Let's say you're running your pipeline, it fails or whatever, then you can create another one and paste it in here. So that one, I can just go into Secrets Manager. So if we go into Secrets Manager, go to Secrets Manager and select my secrets, retrieve. So the personal access token is here. I'm just going to copy it. This was from the Docker project. So copy it. And here, I'm going to paste it here for the value. So this is the key and the value I'm going to add. So now we have 3. I'm going to create the next one. Click Add Repository Secrets. And the next one is the RDS password that we also stored in Secret Manager. So I'm going to paste it here. And in my Secrets Manager, whatever password value I'm using, I'm going to copy that, paste here. I'm going to add secrets. Then I'm going to click Add Repository Secrets again. And the next one is going to be the SSH private key. That's the key we just generated, right? So first copy the keys here, paste it here. Then remember we created the key on the home directory on our computer. So I'm just going to go to my home directory. And the key is here, is this deploy key. So I'm going to open with Notepad, or you can open with Visual Studio Code, whichever one works. I'm going to open with Notepad here. This is the key. So I'm just going to press Control A or select everything, right? Control A, select everything, copy it. Once you copy it, close, and you'll paste it in here. Once you paste it, click Add Secret. Then we are going to create the last one for the webhook. So the last one is the Slack webhook. So copy this. And add a new repository secret, paste it here. Then go to your webhook here, the one you created under webhook URL. It is here, copy it, and you will paste it in here. And click Add Secret. So that's all the secrets we'll need for this, for the entire project. These are all the secrets you will need. Okay, and we are done with that section. Does anyone have any questions so far? All right, cool. So the next thing we are going to do is our Docker file. So remember, for our Docker project, we have a script that we use to build and push our image, right? When our pipeline is running our project, when our pipeline is pretty much going to build our image, we can use the same script. But the only thing I did is for example, in this script, if I open it, I combine my script into one. I think you guys have to, but I'll give you guys the updated Docker file, the updated script. So in this script, I have the environment variables. Then I have retrieving the secrets from Secrets Manager, right? And the main script is here, the Docker build Docker push, right? So what I'm trying to explain is in the reference file for this project, you guys go to that reference file in the Docker, and you see the next app. You guys will see all the things you need here. So you can pretty much just you can copy this next app, not copy, you see this next app folder, drag it right? And drop it on the next app in your Docker. If this is complicating here, you can do it in the Explorer. So all I'm doing is the reference file I'm giving you, you guys can use this. There is nothing hard-coded in there, and I'll show you guys once I'm done to explain. It is the same Docker file. It is push image, build image, the app service provider file, and the start service script. So it's the same thing. Here, I've added the manual script, meaning that if you want to run this script on your own, let's say you want to build Docker locally, this is the script you will use that has the environment variable in it. So I still left that one there. That's the one you are seeing under the manual folder. Then the script our pipeline is going to use, if I open that one, and let me open the manual one so you guys can see that they are the same. So you guys can see here, this is the manual script, and this is the version that I created that our pipeline is going to use. You can see in the one our pipeline is going to use, I removed the environment variable because since our pipeline is going to have this environment variable, we don't need it in the script. So you can see here, we only start with this section. It's the same exact script. And also another thing, yes, before I forget, another thing is that since our pipeline is going to be Linux, the PS1, for those that are using Windows computer, the PS1 script will not work there. So you still need this script that I'm providing, right? So what I would say is for those using a Windows computer, right? You can, so there are several ways you guys can do it, right? You can just copy, because I'm using a Windows computer, so I need to figure out, I mean, there's really nothing to figure out is here, right? You can either copy this one by one if you want to be sure, or you can just move this somewhere here for now. So I can drag this PS1. I really don't need it because I can just create it later on. But if you guys have it, don't delete it for now. So move that one here. So you see how this is for just Windows people. Move it, drag it down here. So you put it down here for now. Whatever your PS1 script is. Where did I put it? Here. You can see it's here. So now your next app for the Docker, you can now drag this one in there. Drag this next app. So you see if I drag it on the next app there, it is going to replace that folder. Watch. I'm going to drop it. So I'm putting it in there. That's not what I want to do. So I'm just going to delete it. Go to recycle bin. It will probably be easier to just do it from the Explorer file. So here I'm going to open a new window, right? Remember my AWS project is in my home. So you just go to wherever you cloned it. So in my home users, my name, the AWS project is here. I'm going to go in there. Then I'm going to go in the Docker. There's the Nest app. So you want to copy the Nest app one that I'm giving you, copy and paste it here. And it's going to ask you, do you want to replace? Yes. And you're going to replace everything. So you're pretty much just replacing it with my own, right? So now if I go here, you can see in that Nest app, there is a manual folder. So those that are using Mac, because I did this work on Mac, so this script will already work. Then for Windows users, your PS1 script, you can now drag it back in the manual one. So you have everything in the manual one. I hope that makes sense. So we have a manual here for if you want to build your image locally. Next time, I don't want you to delete your script. So that's why we just created a folder and put it in there. But when our pipeline is running, our pipeline will use this build script and push script. So it is the same exact script as the manual one. The only thing is I remove the environment variables. So that's all you need to do for this Docker project. And you can see when I added there, the only thing that is lighting up is the new script that I'm building. The app service provider and the Docker file is exactly the same. So nothing changed there. All right, that's all we need to do. So everything we're doing now is just preparations so that when we start building our pipeline, there's no issue. All right. So, and that's this pretty much all the prerequisite we have to do. Now we are ready to start building our pipeline. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, cool. All right. The next thing we are going to do is in the reference file, there is the Nest app reference. So if you open it, this is the reference file that we will use to build our project. So this is the pipeline. So the pipeline I was showing you guys in the picture, this is it. And don't be intimidated by everything you see here. It is very simple. Concept-wise, it's very simple. So there's nothing intimidating by what you see here. Just have an open mind and let me explain everything, right? So what you are going to do is this reference file. I want you to, in your workflow file, like your GitHub workflow file, you can either take this reference file, that's what we can probably do. You can take this reference file, drag it, and drop it in the workflow file. In the workflow folder, you see where my mouse arrow is pointing? I am pointing on the workflow. That means I want to drop the folder in there. So once you drop the folder in there, the file will be in your workflows folder. Then let's just rename this file. I'm going to rename it. I made it reference. Maybe I shouldn't have done it this way. You know what? Let's not do it this way because there's a lot of values that are not filled in here yet. And I want us to build our job as we go. So, and if we don't fill everything the way we have it now, it will fail. So let's not do this. So I'm going to delete it. But we'll just add the job as we go. So what I want is in your workflows file, right click on it, your workflows folder, right click on it and click new file. Then give the file a name. Call the file Nest app. Let me just say how this is spelled. I want to say because sometimes when you spell YAML, there's like two ways you can spell it. I want to see how it is spelled here. Just a second. I didn't catch it the first time. I'm just going to drag it there again. Never mind. I know I remember how it is spelled. So I'm going to delete that. Then in my workflows file, I'm going to right click, create a new file, and it will be Nest app. This is our pipeline file. Nest app.yml. Because sometimes the YAML extension, there's one with YAML. I think they are all the same, but the YML is the one you want. So just name it Nest app.yml. Remember, this is in the workflows file. Then how we are going to treat the reference file I gave you guys is because I want us to build this as we go because we might not have enough time to finish today. So I didn't want us to just put everything there. So let's just build it job by job. So I'm going to open this reference file here. Then I want you to copy everything from line 103. So go to line 103 right here. Click here with your mouse. then select everything all the way up to the first page. So you can see what I'm selecting. Copy it. Once you copy it, come back to your actual file and paste it here. So you should have it. When you are pasting, be very careful, right? You see when I'm pasting, right? My tab is not here. Make sure your tab is always on the end. I mean by tab, I mean the cursor. My cursor is not all the way up here. Make sure your cursor is at the beginning because YAML syntax is not forgiving. The indentations you guys see has to line up exactly, or else it is not going to work. So once your cursor is here in the beginning there, paste it there. That will keep the original syntax you copied it. And also when you are copying it, make sure you copy it exactly how you see me. You see how I select everything. Don't do something like this, where there's like a space in there. Make sure the blue thing, that's why I say if you click down here and just drag up, you will select everything. Make sure the blue is covering everything you want to copy. So if you copy it this way, you'll keep the same format when you paste it in here. This is very important. All right. So once you paste it here, you should have everything up to line 103. And this is our workflow file, right? And if you guys want to see the workflow syntax that we're about to walk through, this is the documentation for it. Anything you see in the file, you will find it here, and the definition will be here. So let me share that with you guys. All right. So basically the workflow syntax is here. It's like so it's pretty much a workflow file contains all the jobs we're about to build, right? So all these jobs that I showed you guys, build AWS infrastructure, build Docker image push, all that stuff. All that stuff is specified in the workflow file. And the syntax for a workflow file is you have a name, right? Run name, you have on, and you have so many things, right? But all these things you would if you have any question on any of them, you can come in this documentation to find it. But I will explain it as we go. So you can see they are all listed here. So anything you see in my file, you'll find it here. And you can come and read the definition here. So, but I'll explain as we go. So here, we start with the name. So here, I've just kind of put placeholder for you guys, things we will fill as we go. So this is the name of our workflow file, the name of our pipeline itself, right? And here, the key it is asking for is name, and here is where you put the value, right? So for this workflow file, we are going to type deploy. It's just anything you want to type there really, but let's say deploy Nest app to AWS ECS. So we are just kind of giving it a name of the pipeline itself. I'm missing a Y here. So deploy Nest app to AWS ECS. So that is that. It's the name of your pipeline, the name of the file. And you will see all this thing in the pipeline once the pipeline is running. Then the next part, another thing I did here is I add comment for you. In my version of this, I don't have this in there. But this template I created for you guys so that you guys can see in each section what is going on and what each of these means, right? Well, we only have it to here, but the other ones, there's also comments there. So the trigger is So this workflow file, right? Meaning your pipeline. When should your pipeline run, right? So that's what this trigger part means. So this on will trigger your pipeline when we push something to whatever branch you specify here, right? That's what this means. Then you can even further lay down that in that branch that I'm pushing into, maybe you don't want to trigger on every, because you know how a repository can have many folders, as you can see with our folder, right? You don't want to trigger the pipeline when it gets pushed into any folder in the repository. You only want to trigger it when it gets pushed to a specific folder in the repository. And that's what this parts is. And these are the things we'll cover now, so you guys can see. In our GitHub repository, right? The AWS project repository. If you select that repository to go in it, you can see here, we are on the main. Later on, maybe once we are done with this, and we have enough time, I can show you guys how to do branching, dev branch, prod branch, different type of branch, right? It's very simple to do, because if you click here, you can see there's probably well, I don't want to digress, but there's a way you can create a new branch here, and you will see all your branch there. And you can also create it from Visual Studio Code. So anyway, this is the main branch, right? That's where our projects is, and this is where we have all of our projects right now, right? So that's where we are going to be pushing stuff to. So that's why here, I noticed something in my thing. So that's why here, hold on. I'm noticing that I don't know why this is. Anyway, it will probably change. So I think because I probably haven't pushed it yet. What is confusing me, I don't know why my Docker thing is showing the capital D here. I always don't like using capital, but that's showing capital, but I don't see it here. So I don't know. Maybe it's because I just changed it. We'll see. Anyway, so moving on. Our repository branch is main. So that's why here we are going to push to what branch? Our branch is main. So here you type main. Then for the parts, this is how this project is going to work, right? Our workflow file is here. So definitely, whenever we make any change to this file and we push the change to our repository, we want to trigger the pipeline. So here for the first part, we are going to specify the path to that file. So you can see in our repository, the path to that file is .github workflow, the name of the file. So here it will be, if you want, you can copy it, but when you also type in it, make sure you just spell it correctly. It will be .github. You have to put the dot, whatever the name is, that's what you have to put, .github / workflows / the name of the file. So I'm just going to rename this. I'm going to act like I'm renaming it so I can copy everything. Copy the name and put it here. And that's that. So what this means that on push to the main repository, if there's any change with this nest app.yaml in this directory, trigger the pipeline, right? So that is for when we are building our pipeline. That makes sense. We also, because every time we make any change to this workflow file, we want to trigger the pipeline. The next one we are going to add is the nest app. So the next one we are going to add is for the Docker, right? So remember when we are changing our pipeline and we make any change here, we'll push it. The same thing is true for the Docker. Anytime we update our Docker image or our Docker file or maybe our script, and we push that changes into here, because remember the pipeline will be coming into this Docker, downloading our Docker stuff, using it to build our image. So anytime there's a change in this directory too, we want to trigger the pipeline. When there's a change to any file in this directory, we want to trigger the pipeline. So just like we did this one, we are going to add another part here. And the path is going to be the directory you are trying to go to, which is Docker / the folder you are trying to go into. You can see it's Docker, then there's the Nest app folder. So it'll be Nest app. You have to spell it exactly as it is. Nest app / any file in this directory, in this Nest app directory, we want to trigger the pipeline if any file change. So for that, since it's any file, you are going to put 2 stars like this. 2 stars. So that just means anytime there's any change to any file in the Docker Nest app directory, trigger the pipeline, which makes sense. And the last one we are going to do for the last part is our Terraform. This is going to be applying the infrastructure, our Terraform infrastructure. So we also want the pipeline to trigger anytime there's a change to our Terraform code. So that's the third part. So remember that one is in the Terraform module. Next, Terraform module. Maybe I should probably call it modules. I'm not sure why I'm calling it module. So let's just call it modules. If I'm going to rename mine, I'm going to call it modules. It's not going to hurt anything. So yeah, so anytime there's a change in this directory, we want to trigger the pipeline. So it would be, the path will be the folder, which is Terraform modules / Nest app, because that's the next folder in there. Nest app / any file in that Nest app directory. So we just do 2 stars for any file. This means all the files. And that is the push. So we have the name of our pipeline, and we want our pipeline to trigger when we push to the main branch. Remember, that's the current branch we are working on. You can see is main. And on push to main, if you can see in our branch, there's multiple folders here. So that means if there's any change that gets pushed to the EKS, it is not going to trigger the pipeline. If there is any changes that gets pushed into this Terraform, it is not going to trigger the pipeline. But if there's changes pushed to this, it will trigger the pipeline. If there's change pushed to the Docker, it will trigger the pipeline. If there's change pushed to the GitHub, it will trigger the pipeline. That is this 3. And that is that part of our build, right? So do you guys have any questions so far? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry, why using 2 star? Like I thought for you to copy every file in a particular folder or directory, you have to like 1 star means like copy, or like, because for your Docker / Nest app /**. Why is it 2? Or am I missing something? Please, Azeez.
Yes, we are not copying anything. We are just it is how GitHub Actions, it is what this double asterisk is what GitHub Actions expects, is how you tell GitHub Actions, I'm talking about all the files in the directory.
Okay.
Just like when you are creating IAM in AWS, right? Policies and stuff like that. If you put star, that's AWS way of saying you are
Okay.
selecting all. So it's just GitHub's language, GitHub Actions language.
Makes sense to me now. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. So we're just saying that anytime this push applies to all the files in app nest and all the files in Docker nest app.
All
That's
right.
what that means. Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. All right. So the next part of our Docker file, and you guys can see this. I don't remember what these ones are called. So here we can call, let me just ask real quick because I want to give you guys the right definition. Let me just ask real quick. The name on what are those keys? Well, it's keys, yeah. So the keys you guys are seeing here, like it's like you can call them workflow keys or the top level keys, right? Because it's like this is the key and this is the value. That's how YAML works. There's a key, there's a value, right? So here, the on is a key. Then within the on, there's like lower level keys before you get to the value. Sometimes YAML can be nested like that. Just like JSON also can also be nested like that. So these are the key. So you can see for all the top level keys, you can see they align with each other. So we have name, that's one top level key on. And the next one we're about to do is env. The env is how you set environment variables for the pipeline. And this is also called like a global, you can call this like a global variable. And this means that any variable we set here, any variable we set at this level, at this top level in the env will be available to all the jobs we are going to run. So all the jobs will have access to these environment variables. For example, we have a job here. If we put an environment variable, because you can also, when you run a job, you can also, each job can have its own environment variable. Any environment variable you specify within the job is not available for the next job unless you export it out of that job. But that's why for variables that we want to be global throughout building our job, that's why we specify them up here. So any variable we specify here, every single job we have here, we'll be able to use it. So for these variables, let's just build the values, right? So the first is the AWS access key ID, right? And remember, we store that as a secret. So to pull it from the secret, it would be secrets dot the name of the secret that you stored it, right? So here we'll go to our account, my GitHub account. Then in your settings, you can come here to secrets and variables, actions. Your secrets are here, right? So the first one we want is the AWS access key secret name, right? So the access key secret name, this is what we called it. So we'll copy it from here. And we will paste it here. So in programming, coding, or anything, wherever you guys see the two carrots, those are the things you have to change and put your own values there. So the next one is the secret access key. And that we are going to be getting it from secrets dot the name of the secret. So we'll go to our secret again, copy whatever name you gave the key, copy it, and that is what you paste here. The next one is the region where you are building the project, right? So I'm using US East 1, right? So here, I'm just going to type US East 1. I feel like you guys know where to get the region at this point, so US East 1. The next one is the account ID. So remember, to get your account ID, you go to your AWS account. And if you select your name up here, you'll see your account ID here. Copy it. When you click this box, you copy it. And that is what you paste in here. The next one is Terraform Actions. This is for when you are running your pipeline. We will have a Terraform action here, because with Terraform action, when we run Terraform, we'll say Terraform init, Terraform plan, Terraform apply, Terraform destroy. So for this Terraform action, we will use apply and destroy. So anytime you are trying to build your pipeline here, you will change your Terraform action to apply. And when you want to delete your environment, your pipeline, the infrastructure your pipeline created, you change it to destroy. So for this Terraform action, they are going to start with apply. So just type apply here. And you will see how all these things connect together later on. For the project name, that's the name of our project. This app we are deploying, we'll call it Nest. Environment, it will be dev, because we are just testing now. So let's make it dev. Record name, that will be for our domain name, right? It will be www. And our domain name here, so that will go to Route 53. I'm going to go to Route 53. And here. So I guess I'm not sure if you're here. I think it was Tolani, whatever domain name I sent to you, I don't think you claimed it yet. So it has timed out. So if anybody needs domain name, I have a bunch of domain names here that I got for you guys. I can send it to you. So just copy your domain name here, whichever one you are using for this project. And that is what you paste here, the domain name. The GitHub username, this is your GitHub username goes here. So if we go to our GitHub account, and here, if you click your profile here, you see your username here. Copy it. And that's what you paste here. The next one is the repository name. And this name, the repository name, is the name of the repository where our application code is stored in, right? So remember in our Docker projects, because all these values mean something. Normally we would add this value as we go, but I want us to add it now. So later on when we reference them, because remember all this is doing is it is setting an environment variable. So the repository name is the repository where we stored our application code. So you can see here in the home page, my application code is stored in the Nest app code repository. So copy the repository name here. Remember, this is the repository where your Nest app code is stored, because our pipeline is going to clone it and use it to build our application. So copy it, and that's what you paste here. The next one is the service provider file name. Remember, when it's building our Docker image, is the name of this file. So the name of this file is appserviceprovider.php. So we're just going to right click and say rename, but make sure you don't change the name of the file, just copy it. Once you copy it, and we're going to paste it here. You don't need the extension, just the name. The next one is the application code file name, right? That is the name of the application code. So remember in our Nest, in our repository that is storing our application code, this is the application code is in this zip file. The name of that file is Nest. So that is what we are storing here. This is, again, all the things we did in the Docker project. So there's nothing new we are doing here. You guys see that we are just organizing it in a format that works for GitHub Actions. So the next one is the database name, right? That one we stored, I think we stored it in Secrets Manager, but it's really not a secret, but I saved it there just so I can remember what I'm using for that value. So let's go to Secrets Manager. I'm going to retrieve here. Yes, the database name I'm using application DB. So I only just put it here so I can remember it's not a secret. Username is not a secret. This is not a secret. Only password is a secret in the context of true secrets. But here, when we are storing it in Secrets Manager, everything is secrets. But I'm going to copy that and paste it here. Then the next one is the RDS DB username. So I think for that one, we called it admin. Going to copy it from here and paste it here. The next one is image name, right? That's the name we're going to give the image. And for this, be consistent with whatever name you are using to build your image manually, right? So since this is Nest, we'll just call it Nest. Image name, we name it Nest. And the image tag, let's use latest. And this is all we need to do to set the environment variables, right? These are all the environment variables we need. Remember, the key thing is just the key and the value. And for here, for the key that is referencing something in secret, in the GitHub pipeline secrets, you specify secret, then you specify the key for that secret. So that's this section. Do you guys have any question? All right, cool. So in the next section, this is where we will start to build our pipeline. And in this section, the key for that section is jobs. So in the image that I'm showing you, this is job. This is a job. This is a job. This is a job. This is a job. So everything you are seeing here will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 jobs in total. So in our first job, this is where we will build the AWS infrastructure using Terraform, right? So we are building the AWS infrastructure using Terraform. This is the job, and this is the name, the key name of the job. You know how in Terraform, when we are building some type of resource, there's Terraform, there's the resource type. This is kind of like that, but this is not given to you by GitHub Action. You make this up yourself. So you can consider this as like the reference part of that Terraform where you make up your own name. Yeah. So you make this up, right? So this is the name of this particular job, right? The key name of it. Then right under this key name, I just call it deploy AWS infrastructure. You can call it anything you want. Then right under it is where you start specifying. There's another lower level keys like the name. So within this job, you are giving the job an actual name. This is the name when you are building the pipeline, you will see the name there. It will say build AWS infrastructure. You guys will see it once we run the pipeline. Then after the name, the next one is runs on. So this is another important thing. When we are using GitHub Actions, remember I was saying there's like different type of, and if you guys go in the documentation, you will get more information there, right? But the main one that I've used that I'll cover, I'm sure there's probably other ones, but the main ones that I'll cover is runs on means that what machine do you want to run this job on? This job you're about to run here, what machine do you want to run it on? You can either run it on what we call GitHub provided runners, So whatever you are running it on in GitHub Actions, they are called runners. So in GitHub Actions is a container. A container will come. Think of a container as just like you spinning up an EC2 instance, but in GitHub Actions, GitHub will provide those containers automatically. The container will come up, they will run your job, and they will go away after they are done, right? So those are called the runners. Runners is the container that they will provide to run this job for you. So for this runs on, you are saying that, what do I want to run it on? You can either run it on the runners that GitHub provides for you, or you can run it on your own runners. You can create your own self-hosted runner and run it on there. But for the jobs we are going to be building, we are going to let GitHub provide the runners for us. So for that one, if you want to use GitHub provided runners, that one, you will just specify Ubuntu. This is how you put it there. You put Ubuntu hyphen latest. So if you specify Ubuntu hyphen latest, this is you telling GitHub Actions that you want to use GitHub Actions provided runners. When you put, just remember, when you put Ubuntu latest, this is the value for GitHub runners, the one they will provide for you. All right. So that is this runs on. Then within your job, so you remember we have, this is one job. We gave the job a name, and we are specifying where, on what machine we want this job to run on, which we specify we want GitHub to provide the machine. Then within this job, you have steps. Steps are things you want to do. The steps, you can think of it as the commands you want to run, right? So in these steps, you can see we will check out our repository, meaning that we will download the repository to the runner, because remember, when the GitHub provides you the runner, GitHub don't know what you want to do there. So you download your repository on that runner. That is what this checkout does. Then once you download your repository on the runner, you will now configure things. Remember, it's a brand new runner. GitHub don't know what you want to do. So since we want to run Terraform on that runner, we'll check out the repository. We will configure our SSH keys, right? So this is how, remember, this runner needs to have access to the modules repository to download those modules, because we are using Terraform modules. This is where we create that. Remember, you can see here, we'll configure the SSH to download the, we'll configure the SSH to be able to download the modules, right? So here you can see all we are doing is creating an SSH directory, right? Then we will copy the private key we store in GitHub, in the GitHub Actions pipeline secret. We will copy that, secret into that SSH and name it this name. And we'll run chmod 600 on it. Then this one is just also scanning the key to the known host, right? So basically everything we are doing here is, remember I said it's the same concept. So that's why I'm saying, like, really all these things, no matter where you are doing, is the same way. Just like when we are connecting into an EC2 instance, or when you create a key pair on your computer, remember the key goes into the users, your home directory in the .ssh. It is the same thing we are doing here. We are creating a .ssh directory, and we are putting the private key in there. Then once we put the private key in there, the job will be able to use it to go and clone those, download stuff from the other repository. Because remember, when we set up the deploy key, we already put the deploy key in the other repository we are trying to have access to. So that's just what the step is. So the next step here would set up Terraform. This is where we would download Terraform on the runner. Once we download Terraform on the runner, we will now run Terraform init, Terraform plan, Terraform apply, then we will export some Terraform output. Then we will store those output as an pipeline output, so that way other jobs can have access to it. So we'll cover this once as we go, but I'm just pointing it out real fast, right? So here we've specified run on. Now we have step. The first step is checkout. We want to check out our repository. This is where GitHub Actions also gets better. For anything you are trying to do in GitHub Actions, you should first check whether GitHub has what is called actions for it. So that's where the name GitHub Actions comes from. You first want to check whether there's an action for it. You understand? Like, it's just like if I want to download, let's use this Terraform, for example, right? If I want to download Terraform on a Windows computer, or no, on a Linux computer, there's like probably like a command, a long command, wget whatever, right? Let's even look at it. So what I'm explaining can make sense. Let's look at it. Download Terraform. I put down download. Right. So install Terraform. So if I want to install Terraform on Mac OS, right, I have to first download Homebrew install. Let's just even do Windows. Where's Windows here? Linux, right? You have see what I'm saying? You have to run wget. You have to run this command to install Terraform on a Linux computer. So in GitHub Actions, this is why I love GitHub Actions. It was one of my favorite. In GitHub Actions, if you go and copy that Linux command that I just showed you to download Terraform, it will still work. But that's not how GitHub Actions really work, and that's not how you should use it. So instead of running that command here, you will look for an actions for GitHub Actions that set up Terraform for you. So you can see here to install Terraform on this runner, all we have to do is specify the name of the action. This means that someone already created something that if we specify the name here, it will just go and set up Terraform for us. So that's where the name GitHub Actions comes from. There are a bunch of actions that people have already created that all you have to do is specify them in the name of whatever you are trying to do, and it would automatically do it for you. So that's to say, for the first thing we are trying to do, we are trying to download our repository to the runner. Here, the actions we are going to use for that is checkout. So there is a checkout actions that would pretty much download the repository for you, and it goes like this. I'm going to find the the documentation for all the actions for you, so you guys can go there and just look for any actions you want. So it will be actions / checkout. And you specify the version you want. So at v4. So right now is on version 4. So you specify. So this, you don't have to know it off it. Like I say, if you want to do anything, just Google it. Like for example, set up download Terraform, GitHub actions to download Terraform. It would take you directly to that actions. So this same action I just gave you, if you copy this and if you copy it and you paste it in Google, press enter, it will take you straight to the documentation. You can see Google is even translating it for you, and you can see the documentation for it here. You can see it is the checkout actions. If you go to the README file, You can see there's version 4. So if you go to the README file, you can read about it here. And what I always do is I just come under here to usage, and I'll see how it is used. So you can see under uses, it is actions, checkout, then the version. I haven't tested this version 6 before, so let's just use the version 4. The version 4 will work. So this is the action. Let me find the documentation for you guys. Just a second. Um, docs for all GitHub Actions runners. I mean, all GitHub Actions action. Let me see if I can find the documentation for you. GitHub action for link. Oh, I mean actions like checkout. Okay, let me see this one. Okay, that's what I can find so far now. I can probably look some more and find it here. So you can see it says this is the repository, right? So here, if I type checkout, you can see it came up. So I think this is the right one. There's a bunch of them, and there's like other people there's other people that are even building more. Even you can build your own actions and publish it to GitHub. And I'm not sure what the approve process is, but they just think of it as these are things that just allows all you do is specify the name, and GitHub Actions knows how to go use them. So that is the documentation to find all the actions. So any actions we use here, you will find it here in that documentation. You guys should just save it somewhere. All right. So moving back. So the actions we just use is checkout, and that allows you to download a repository. Pretty much clone a repository to the runner. All right. So that is the first step. The first step, we are going to clone our repository to the runner. And in the second step, this is where I said we are going to configure the SSH key on this runner, because this runner has to have access to download the modules in another repository. So here, this is all the things we need to do. And here we just need to reference the secret name. So remember, we store this in a secret. So we'll go to our secret. Here, I'm going to go to my home. I'll select my AWS project. I select settings and select secrets, actions. And the name of that secret is SSH private key. That's what we call it. So copy this, and that is what you paste here. Right, so make sure you are removing the carrots too. So it's from carrot to carrot, that's where you paste it. So that's this step. Once we are done with that step, we will set up Terraform, right? And like I said, this is where we download Terraform from. This is where we download Terraform from the tab, wherever we download Terraform to the runner, right? So you can either run the command, but there's already an action that will do that for you. So we just need to look for the action. So let's say you are trying to do something, you don't know what the action would be, right? Just Google it, you'll see here. I'll just say GitHub Actions to install Terraform. And you can see it would most likely be the first one that comes up. And even Google AI will give you is, you can see here it says HashiCorp setup Terraform. I'll click this one, HashiCorp setup Terraform. You can see this is the action. And if you just scroll down to the usage page, you will see it here. It's going to just give you exactly how to use it, right? You can see under the step uses, right? Under uses, you just need to specify HashiCorp setup Terraform at v3. So we're just going to copy this, and that's what we are going to put here. And that's all we need to do. And that is going to download Terraform and install it on the runner, right? And here with Terraform version, we're just specifying latest. So if you look in that documentation and you are looking at different example, you can see here an example where they're specifying a specific version of the Terraform. You can see HashiCorp, this is the action with whatever version you're trying to specify, and you can specify the number. Here, I'm just using latest. So different type of things you are trying to do, you will find it here. And that is that one to install Terraform. So this is going to install Terraform on the runner. Once we install Terraform, we are going to now run our command, right? So this is the name of the step. So everything you are seeing here, the name of the step. You will see this step under the job. So the name of the step here is going to be run Terraform init. So this is where we are going to run Terraform init. Remember, when you are running Terraform init, let me minimize this so you can see what's going on. Remember, this AWS project repository will be cloned on the runner. That is what this is doing, the checkout. So once this is cloned on the runner, it will be in the on the runner in this structure. The Terraform project is in the Terraform modules next app. And remember, if you want to run Terraform on your computer, you have to change your directory. Not change your directory, you have to open your terminal into this directory to run Terraform. It's the same way on the runner. So that's what I'm saying. All these things are things you already did that you are now putting together. So on the runner, we want to first, to run Terraform init, we will change into the directory where our Terraform code is in, right? And our Terraform code is in the, or remove this, is in the Terraform modules / next app. Right, is in the Terraform modules next app. And that's what we need to do, right? That's what we need to change into. Because you can see here, when the GitHub action is running, right, it will be in this space. So we are trying to tell it where our Terraform is located. So this is the path to where our Terraform code is located. But remember to tell it is in the same directory you are in. We will do this period / So that will say in the current, because it will be in here, in the current directory you are in, go into the Terraform modules folder. And in Terraform modules folder, go into the next app. And in the next app, the Terraform code you are supposed to run will be in there. The same way you guys run Terraform, right? And here we are now going to run the command. So here is the Terraform command you want to run. So, right. So here we are running Terraform init. So we can just do Terraform. It'll be the same command, Terraform init. All right. It'll be Terraform init. So the same command you will run on your computer. And that's what we are done with that. Then on the next step, once we run Terraform init, we are going to run Terraform plan. It is the same thing. This step, we need to be in the working directory where the Terraform code is in. So we just specify that working directory here. So we'll copy this and paste it here. So once we are in the working directory, the key for that is working directory. So normally we would do cd into that directory, but in GitHub Actions, it's called working directory. So it is here. And the command we want to run is run. So here, we are going to run Terraform plan. Same command you will run on your computer. I think we can do, I think it says no color. The color means that it won't color code it. So we can do something like this. No color. I mean, this is optional, but here we are just running Terraform plan. All right. So on the next step, this is where we will run either Terraform apply or Terraform destroy, right? We need to first change into our working directory where the Terraform code is located, right? The Terraform code is located in this directory, right? Then the command we want to run is Terraform what Terraform action, right? So is here we are running Terraform with the Terraform action. So you can see here, Terraform action, don't change this one. This Terraform action is the environment variable we specified here. So whatever value we put here will be popped in here. So this will be Terraform apply. And if the environment variable is destroy here, it will be Terraform destroy. So whatever we put for that Terraform action environment variable will populate in here. So it'll be Terraform apply. Then here we can put the flag. When you are doing the pipeline, you want to put the flag auto approve because remember it's a pipeline. You are not going to be there to approve anything. So you want to do the auto approve in Terraform. Auto approve. So that's that step. Then in this next step, the outputs we specify in Terraform, we want to export them out of our Terraform, out of our pipeline. We want to export them out of Terraform and add them into our pipeline. So that way they will be available for other jobs to use it. Like, but we need things like our pipeline, we need things like the RDS endpoint, the task definition name, the ECS cluster name, because all these things will be created with Terraform. So the pipeline will know what the name is. So this output will allow us to export those things out of the Terraform infrastructure and use it in our pipeline. Guys, give me a second, just a second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So that's what this job would do. right? So the first thing we are going to add here is a condition. And the name here, that is the name of the step. So we are exporting Terraform output. And let's see this. This is big enough. And in GitHub Actions, there's also a condition, right? If you want to add a condition, this is this if statement. So we are putting a if here, and the reason why you need an if here is because when Terraform action is applied, then you want to run this step to export the value. But if Terraform action is destroyed, then you don't have to run this step, because when you are destroying something, there wouldn't be any output to export out. So that's where this condition comes from. This step will only run if Terraform action is applied. So here, what we will do to do that is we will say the condition is if env, right, dot, I'm saying env dot Terraform action. You can copy it from there. env dot Terraform action equals. So to do equals is double equal sign. A single quote like that, apply. Right? So that means this step is only going to run if Terraform action is applied. So it means that when we are applying Terraform, then this step will run. But if we are destroying, this step will not run. Right? The next thing is the working directory, right? Because we need to be in the same working directory where our Terraform code is in. Right? And here, there's nothing you have to change here, because since there's a bunch of stuff to type here, and I just don't want there to be any error. So basically, what this does is it is going to create an environment variable called domain name, right? And the domain name will be equivalent to this Terraform output command. Let me show you guys something. I'm not sure if it will work now, right? Because I need to probably do Terraform init. So let's see something. So this is a Terraform command, right? That prints the output of domain name. So let me run it and see, because I deleted my .terraform folder, so it probably won't run. I probably have to first download it. Yeah, it won't run. So let me do an init first, Terraform, because I just want to show you guys something. Clear Terraform init. So you guys can see, even though I deleted my profile from that, it's still running because it is using the default profile, because I configured the default profile on my computer. So that's what I was saying. You really don't need the profile in there. But I just showed you guys the profile because if you are working with multiple environments, that's how it will be done. All right. So since I've done Terraform init, let me run this command again and see. All right. So I think I have to apply first. Once you apply, right? And if you now run, because I haven't applied my infrastructure, so that makes sense. It wouldn't have the output. So once you apply and you run this command, this is a Terraform command, it will give you this domain, the value of domain name. Sometimes when for certain values it gives you, there is always other things at the end. So here, and those things will start at the colon. So there will be the domain name colon. I think there's like the port where the command executed on and all that stuff, right? So what this command here is doing is like, once you run this command to get the output, what will happen is whatever mumbo jumbo Terraform gives you with including the domain name will be all the way to the colon. So we are saying like we want to cut everything after the colon, right? That's what this one is doing. The cut D will cut everything after the colon. Then once it cuts everything after the colon, it would now store the value of domain name in GitHub Actions environment variable. So just to give you kind of like an example, let's say we run that Terraform command and it gives us a domain name that says Azeez.com colon 8080 and whatever else is back is here, right? It'll give you something like that. We don't need all this because we only need what is here. So what our command is doing is it will get everything up to the colon, and from the colon to the end, it will cut everything out. This is a kind of like a Linux type of skills. That's what this is doing here. And it's pretty much the same thing we are doing here. We are creating an environment variable named domain name, and whatever output we get from running this command, we'll store it as the domain name, and we'll store that in the GitHub Actions env file. And we are doing the same thing for RDS endpoint. Whatever value we get, we store it as a env file. The Terraform output raw domain name, RDS endpoint, ECS tags definition are these values you specified in the main. So you can see domain name, that's where those commands are coming from. So in your Terraform code, if you run the Terraform raw these two, after you apply, it will give you what these outputs are. So that's where this is coming from. So just to keep that in mind, it is just not anything random we are putting in here. So this is the environment variable name we are saying domain name will be equal to whatever value we get from running this command. And you can see the domain name is this. RDS endpoint is that. ECS tags definition name is this. So that's what I want to show. So for all this output is pretty much the same thing. It's just we are storing them as an environment variable when we get them. This is just storing it as an environment variable in the GitHub Actions environment variable. Now here, we'll now have to export them out of this job because remember, this is one job. So this output, we are exporting them out of this job using output so that other job can reference them. So how we do that is we'll create an output name. You can see here, we say Terraform action as the output name, and it will be equal to whatever the environment variable is. Because this environment variable only exists in this job's local area. It is not like this environment variable that is global. The environment variable here is only existing in this job. So to export it out, we will create an output. Terraform action equals to that environment variable. Domain name equals to that environment variable. You can see this here is what is we have in here, right? And domain name is what we created here. RDS endpoint is what we created here. ECS tags definition name is what we created, and so on. So remember, you output it from Terraform to the jobs environment variable. Then from the job environment variable, you output it out so that other jobs can use it. So other jobs will use this name to reference it. When we create the other jobs, you will see it. And that is it. That is all we need to do to create this Terraform, our first pipeline. So here, we are going to save our file. Once you save your file, you are now going to
Can I ask a quick question before you go further? Just for an overlap. Sorry to cut you off. Could you,
Yes.
for this is the CI process, correct?
I'm not sure what where you're going at. Just
This is the continuous integration process for this project.
Mm-hmm.
So could you explain the runtime dependency? I know and maybe even the libraries during this process.
I don't understand what you mean by the runtime dependencies.
Like I know dependency is basically runtime is the language like when you're using PHP for this whole Nest app application. So like during an interview, I was asked when I was explaining this process, what do I do during the dependencies? And I was like, oh, I didn't get the question right. So that's why I just went to maybe you could shed some light on it. Like I know dependencies are basically what's the program you're using, like this PHP, some of the key things it will need during the CI process. It will be like how you downloaded the like how now you downloaded the Terraform. In this process, you're probably downloading PHP and it will have some key libraries and other files that it might need to be downloaded to run the CI process.
So there's no, that is still kind of like, so the point of CI/CD is, so that is more of like on a lower level, I understand what you mean, but that's not what we are doing here. So here, up to this point, you this is your computer. Up to this point, you installed Terraform on your computer, you wrote your Terraform code, and you run Terraform apply to deploy into AWS.
Mhm. Infrastructure.
To deploy your infrastructure. So what we are doing now is the same thing. This is AWS, but we are removing you and replacing you with GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions. And GitHub Action takes your place and deploys into AWS. Right? So this has nothing to do with like the PHP and the server dependencies, right?
Okay.
That will come into play when we build our Docker image.
Okay. I'm
Right?
moving.
The whole point of the CI/CD process is everything you've been doing so far, we are trying to take you out of it.
Mhm.
So let's say you on vacation, you want a system that would pretty much be automated and be doing your tasks for you. Right?
Yeah.
So that is what we are doing here. So we don't need, there is nothing that will refer to the PHP here. But I get what you are saying. So I
Okay.
think you're just thinking, I don't want you to like overthink it, right?
No.
So
What I'm saying is, don't forget about that part to explain that part when we get there. I'm not saying
yeah, so
definitely this is the
in
part.
this
I was just giving you
AWS,
a reference.
so in this
Yeah.
first part,
Mhm.
here,
Mhm.
right? This is the flow you have to follow. In the first part, we are creating our AWS infrastructure,
Okay.
right? That is going to create your VPC, ECS, all those things, right? So that's going to create it. In the second job, that is building your Docker image. That is where you worry about your server
Yeah,
dependencies.
that's what I was. Okay. I was ahead. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So we are pretty much done here. So what you would now do is you would go into your repository, right? So the repository we are using for this project is the AWS projects, right? I mean this repository. So go here and just stay here. And well, you don't have to stay here, but I just want to show you this. This is the fun part. So now you come to your project. We've made the changes here, and we are going to push it. So the first job we just create here is build AWS infrastructure. So I'll just say for my commit, I'll just say apply Terraform. Let me just say that. Apply Terraform as your commit message. Apply Terraform. So once you type your commit message, click commit and yes. Then once you commit, you click sync changes to push it. But before you push it, also make sure that your in your other repository, right? Because once you push this now, it is going to kick off your pipeline automatically. Because remember, it is triggering on push to main in any of this branch, in any of these files or folder, right? So once I click OK now, it will trigger my pipeline immediately. But make sure that you have the whatever output we add to the module, you've pushed that. I think I pushed it already. So here I'm just going to click OK to push it. So it has pushed it to my repository. If I go to my repository real quick, right here, I'm going to click Actions. And you can see I have an Actions. The job is running, and it is, you will see that whatever commit name you used to push it, that's what you will see here. You can see here, apply Terraform is what I typed. So that's what's showing here. If you go in there, you can see it is building the AWS infrastructure. Something failed, right? But that's okay. But the job ran, right? It is building AWS infrastructure. And if you click on it, you see this build AWS infrastructure. That is equivalent to the name we gave the job here. You can see the job is build AWS infrastructure. That is the job name you are seeing here. So when you now go into the job, you will see the steps. So you can see here, it was the step to check out my repository that executed, setting up my SSH, that worked, right? And setting up Terraform, that worked, and Terraform init, that worked, right? And it failed on the Terraform plan, right? It failed on the Terraform plan. So you can see here, it failed because something is wrong with my reference undeclared module, right? So here it's like main.tf, line 157, output, domain name. Exactly, right? So this is, the job is failing because in my Terraform thing, there is probably like a error code in my Terraform thing. So let me just review it. So this is equivalent to if you run Terraform on your computer and it fails because there's something wrong with your code. So I just need to review this. Did you mean SSL? Certificate, no module called SSL. Isn't this two the same, or what am I looking at? Am I looking at something? Oh, I see. I'm missing, there's a typo there. Yeah. So I have a typo in there. So I'm going to go to my repo there in my main. So you can see for the domain name here, I have a typo there. So that's why I'm always a big fan of copy pasting. So the name of that module is SSL certificate. So I'm going to copy it and just paste it here. So that's why I always like copy pasting, because sometimes when I just type, I'm going to paste it here. Right? So that's the only change that is complaining about. I'm going to save my file. Right? Then I'm going to just put apply Terraform again, or you can type any message you want. You do commit and you push. Soon as you push, if you go back to your repository, the pipeline will kick off immediately. So here I'm going to go back to Actions. You can see the second commit I just pushed has triggered the pipeline again. Pipeline is running. You can go into it. The name Let me put this side by side so you guys can see. The job name is what you are seeing here. The job name. You can see. So now if you click on that job, because the job has steps in it. Let's just go up because it's moving pretty fast. So you can always scroll up to see all the steps. And once it's done, it will show you all the steps too. And I probably need to, this looks better on my Mac when I in the dark mode. So maybe I'll change my GitHub to dark mode. So you can see the steps, right? The steps, you can see the name, check out repository, configure SSH access for Terraform module, configure SSH access for Terraform module. Set up Terraform. Run Terraform init. You guys get it, right? So what is the benefit of the steps and why you also always want to break up things you are doing? Oh, thank you, Juliet. Thank you. Yeah, you guys caught that. I didn't even see it. So once you are for everything you are trying to do, you want to break them up into as much steps, small steps as you want. So that way, when anything is failing, you can see when the first one failed on the plan. I can see in the pipeline exactly where it failed, and I can go to that output and be able to troubleshoot that way. So the benefit of the steps is this can also help you troubleshoot. So instead of mixing everything all in one job, because you can have one job here that says run, download this, download Terraform, run Terraform init, but it is not best, it is not ideal. It's good to break them up in steps. So, and those are the steps you are seeing here. Excuse me. So now it is running if you still look at the plan, we add the plan here. So that way you guys can see the plan for what is running. It is always good to leave the plan there under a different step. So here you can go back just in case if you guys need to troubleshoot anything later on, you can say, okay, this is what the plan looks like. Or maybe it was deleting something that it didn't need to delete. You can come and look at the plan. So that's why I had the plan there. And here you can see it is applying Terraform right now. And this building the AWS infrastructure is actually going to do our entire Terraform module project. So by the time this is done running, I should be able to access my website, right? Then the continuous part of this integration would be let me go back to my downloads, the assets. The continuous part of this integration will be once we have our infrastructure running, let's say in the future we want to now, there's a new version of our Docker image. Somebody fixed something on the Docker image and we want to push that change, or maybe our application code, something changed in the application code and we want to push it, right? Once we build the Docker image, remember, we'll build the Docker image, not build the Docker image, change the Docker file, change whatever needs to change. Once we push the change to the repository, it would rebuild the image. It will kick off the pipeline again, which will run since the AWS infrastructure is already built. And here you are seeing how everything comes together. The Terraform is using a state file that is stored in S3. So even though the container that is building this now, because remember, this is one runner that is running this job, that is doing all these things. It's one runner. It's just think of it as a container that is GitHub spin up to do all these things. Once this job is done, that container will go away. But because our state file is stored in S3, the next time we go and update our CI/CD environment, right? A new container comes up, it does not matter because it will still be pulling our state file from S3. So that way we can always constantly keep track of the changes that are going on in our AWS environment. I hope that makes sense. So that's one of the beauty of it. So again, it's everything we've done all coming together in one piece. So once this is done, we should be able to access our environment. Then the continuous part of it is when we build a new Docker image, we create a new Docker image, something changed in our application code or whatever, and we push it, it would rebuild it. Once it rebuilds it, it will update our tax definition. Once it updates the tax definition, it would redeploy the ECS service with the new image, the new tax definition. And before our site can be down, we'll first test the health. So this is like a zero downtime, because before we can even be sure that everything works, before we can even be sure that, oh yeah, we need to let go of the previous version, it needs to pass these two tests here, where we will be trying to access our site here, and here we will be checking the number of tags running versus the desired tags. And if any of these fail, it will just roll back. It will kick into this job, which will roll back. But if these two pass, it is going to skip this job and just go to sending us a Slack message. And you guys will see all that stuff as we build this. So I think this is all we are going to do today. We're just going to build this first one because it's already almost 2. I'm not sure how big the second job is. Maybe we can fit that one in. No, I really don't want to, I don't want to push it because I want you guys to, we did cover a lot of stuff today that I want you guys to kind of get a hang of. So we'll probably stop here today. Yeah. And these are all the other jobs we have to build. So this is still running, and this is pretty much applying. And if you look in each job, you will see the same outputs. The same outputs you will see when you run Terraform, the same one you will see here. So you can see it's migrating the EC2, migrating the data into the RDS. And again, if you go in the management console, you'll see all these resources there. So here I just go to EC2. Right. You can see the EC2 running. It's initializing. About VPC. You can see here the dev VPC. So the only thing we're just doing now is waiting for this to finish. And we'll see if we can access our site. So in the meantime, does anyone have any question?
Hi.
Hello.
It's John speaking.
Hi, John. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, like I'm good with the project so far, but I want to hands this project we are doing, like, because I joined kind of middle when I noticed when you guys have gone middle. Can I access them? Like, because the one on the west side, they are very old projects. So like this one is like a kind of a long kind of video, because the reason I bought the course was like on YouTube, like they always like when we're watching the videos, there's always like ads coming up, and that gets me distracted. So that's why. So I don't know how am I going to access it, and probably I don't know if you are starting a new section after this one. I don't know. I just want
Yeah,
to.
so the projects on the side, I already am re-recording them. So
Okay.
I've done the four of them so far. So I've done
Okay, sound good.
so the schedule is by latest by end of April, I should have all of them updated.
Okay,
So far I've updated 4. I just haven't posted them yet. So
okay.
I should be posting them probably starting next week. So I've updated project 1, the static website, the dynamic website, the ECS one, and the Kubernetes one.
Okay.
So the next one I have to do is the Terraform Terraform module and this one. So
Okay.
I'll say by April,
Oh,
everything should be uploaded.
oh,
Or if you get to any of this project and there is anything you're struggling with, you need my help, let me know. I'll
yeah,
definitely
because sometimes I send message, it take you a long time. So, right. And that slow my study. And that is why I was answering for your slide. Like if you have any like a kind of a group, as in like a platform, you respond easily. You
Okay.
understand what I mean? So that will be more easier because sometimes I just want to have some quick questions. It takes some time because most time I do my study late at night because I have a little one. So during the day is hard for me.
Yeah. So that's the part that I can say yes, I won't say, I need to just figure out like a system that really works because it's true everyone is doing their project at different times and just the same way you are messaging me, other people are also messaging me at different times. And I can't be online at all times to answer questions. You understand? So, which is part of the reason why I'm doing like this Saturdays thing where
Oh,
I just want to create a time where and I'll probably create more days during the week too. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. Once I'm done updating everything, I'll put the information out there where I have like office hours time where you guys can catch me. I think it's
okay.
the best way to
So,
get your questions answered, like when I do sessions like this, where you can get your questions. Because I do get a lot of email and message, and it's just sometimes it takes me time to get through all of them. I do
makes sense.
apologize about that.
Okay,
So,
so one thing, this is my suggestion, like because I know there are some guys that are really good in it, like they have done it, they have passed what I'm going through.
mhm,
Probably if we can have like a Telegram group or WhatsApp group, then we could like if without you said we could just throw our question, someone may just come in and help without you being like if you are not available, because I know some like everybody have this different way they learn stuff, you understand?
mhm,
And
mhm,
some people are very good of catching things easily, while some people take more time and
mhm,
try to understand. Like if we have like a Telegram group, a WhatsApp group,
mhm.
we could just like screenshot what we are facing through. And maybe someone in the group can help. If nobody can help, then you can call me. Sorry, Nini. Yeah, like that is my suggestion. I don't know if this will help as well, bro.
No, I understand. Yes, I'll definitely I can open a Telegram group if that's going to help. I think that might probably be much easier than Slack. So I'm definitely restructuring everything and and now I'm actually recording the project in a way where I'm trying to minimize as much that I can so that you guys don't are not running into any error. Like at least and fixing everything on my end to make sure that anything I put out there is going to be things you guys won't have to have error on, right? But then if you're working on it, the first thing is if you run into any issue, you'll probably have to like first double check your work to make sure you followed everything correctly. But I also find more times to be online, especially maybe during the week. Maybe I'll do every other day. So that way I'm doing office hours. Even I may not be able to do 4 hours during the weekdays, but I can probably do 1 hour to 2 hours. Where if anyone have questions, you guys can just drop in to ask your question. But I'm working on that and I'll fix that.
Can I add a suggestion?
Yeah, sure.
I I believe what you're doing is very great. But like what this guy, excuse me, I forgot your name, just suggested, that's what most people do. But there's something I like what you did, which I have been asked in an interview before. How do I integrate Slack into a pipeline? So whatever you do not remove that process because I've been thinking about it for years. I didn't know. You just explained it right now. So I was like, wow, it wasn't that it wasn't that hard. It's just a webhook. You just have to download it and I didn't know. So I think if you can keep those two systems in place, that will be very helpful. And my last question is like what you just did right now. If you get hired as a Terraform specialist, this would be your job, right? Like this whole thing we did today.
It just depends on what, sometimes the CI/CD team at your company is different. Sometimes if it's just you, yes. Building the pipeline, everything will be your job. Yeah.
Okay.
It just depends.
Okay.
But you going in, you should have at least a knowledge on everything, which is why with the projects, I'm showing you guys everything
Okay.
from the scratch to up to CI/CD to even Lambda and all that stuff. Because you never know what skills you're going to need. So it just depends.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the pipeline is done, right? So here, just a second. So here, if I go to the website, and you can see the website is up. So just with the one job alone, that already got our site running, right? Just the one job alone. And if you guys are always struggling with to clicking those jobs, if you click on home, because the output will be so long, but just click on home here, it will take you back up here. So with this just one job, it already has our site up, right? Then the continuous part of this will be as we are running up different updates for our site, new features keeps coming in, and we are running the feature and all that stuff to continuously update the site through the pipeline without breaking anything, and the site is always available. And that's what you guys will see when we work on the rest of the jobs. So yeah, someone has a question?
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to ask if using GitLab, what would be the major difference from using GitLab and using GitHub in terms of the different components?
I'm not sure, but I'm not familiar with GitLab's CI/CD. If I don't even know, I don't, and might be ignorant on my part, but I'm not sure if I'm sure GitLab has its own CI/CD thing, right? I don't know what it's called. So in terms of like workflow, in terms of like how the whole workflow of GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, GitHub is the same workflow. The Git command is the same. But for the CI/CD, you will have to just read whatever GitLab's documentation is and go according to their workflow, whatever the structure they want you to use, right? But the concept of what you are trying to do, that's what I'm saying, that the main thing you guys should focus on is the concept. The concept of what you are trying to do is the same. So if you have a pipeline like this and you know what you are trying to build, it is easy to convert your jobs into any CI/CD environment that you want. You just need to understand what structure that environment required for the pipeline file. So that's why I'll say, yeah, I'm not sure with GitLab. You just have to see what the pipeline requires.
The other question is, in building the infrastructure, you did mention about the runner using Ubuntu, latest Ubuntu.
Mhm.
Is that we're talking about the base, the base image you're talking about there as runner? The base image?
No, the runner is a machine. The runner is
The OS.
whatever did this whole thing. Like all these things now, right? Look at, you were seeing these outputs, right? This outputs when Terraform was running, right? Think of it like is when you run Terraform on your computer, you are doing it on your computer that is showing you all these things, right?
Okay.
It's the same way there is a computer in GitHub that is running this thing. That's what we mean by the runner,
Okay.
right? So when you say Ubuntu latest, you are saying you want GitHub to provide that computer to you. So GitHub is providing the computer that is running your job. And once the job is completed or failed, the computer goes away. It's really, I'm using computer for simplicity so you can just be able to picture it, but it's a container that is running in their environment.
Got it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, Aziz.
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned that if you didn't do, okay, not that I didn't do it, but the EKS project, right? I did everything. I went through that project, but when I applied, it was failing because there was something in the YAML file that, probably some typo. So, but had it, and then I moved on to the other projects that we're doing. But you mentioned like if you didn't complete those, you wouldn't be able to do this one right now.
No, no, no.
So, okay.
No, the EKS one is not, we're not deploying EKS in this one. We're deploying the ECS one, Terraform module.
Okay, which is the Docker. Okay, I did that.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Docker one. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like if you didn't complete the Terraform module Docker one, because you see that the module that this is deploying, this job is deploying to AWS to build our infrastructure is the Terraform module one.
So that means I can go. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just had to clarify.
So at some point, if when I have time and when I need to find more time to be online, when I have time, I can help you look at the EKS one. So maybe we can troubleshoot what is wrong there, why something is wrong with you. Yeah, those YAML files are very could be confusing in the beginning, those deployment file, which is why I labeled them there. And I noticed I do commend what you're doing because it shows that you're trying to learn because you were changing some of the stuff to based on your own understanding. You just have to make sure that all the things are referencing each other the way they should. So you may have a typo somewhere, who knows? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Hello, sir. So quick
Hello.
one, right? Like for the Docker project, like can I sorry about this. No, no, stop. Can I get the like how every project always have a file you reference to? Like I think I didn't join you guys during the Docker project when we were doing this one.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm just holding off. I started, I think, like the third project. What was the third project? That's what I'm observing right now.
Yes, yes, you pretty much any file we use, you get those files. But
Okay.
have you started the static website project?
Yeah,
Have you
I've done
started?
the traffic, I've done the WordPress. I just finished WordPress yesterday.
Okay. So you are on the dynamic one now?
I'm the dynamic one now.
Yeah. So by the time you finish that one, I would have probably even delete that one and post it because I'm done with it. I just need to post it.
Okay, sir. Thank
So
you.
so I'll post it and the ECS one, I'm just finishing up the last part of it. So I'll post that one. So you'll have the updated version of at least those three projects and the EKS one, probably like in the next 2 weeks, that one too will be done. Then the only one, which there's no, you can still use the Terraform one that is there and I will update those ones too. So hopefully by March, April, I'll be done updating all of them.
Thank you, sir. Thank
No
you very
problem.
much.
No problem.
One quick question is going back to the architecture you had, that the last step on the Slack, could we substitute it for SNS, um, um, simple notification services for AWS?
Yes, yes, if you want to, if
Okay.
that's the one you want, you can substitute it for that. But
All right. No, I just wanted to, I want
yeah,
just to,
you can use any messaging as long as the messaging, whatever messaging thing you are using has webhooks and things like that.
yeah, where you can
I'm sure
integrate.
SNS has it, so yeah, you can substitute it for that.
Okay, sweet.
A
Thank
quick
you.
question.
Yeah, sure.
Victor mentioned that he had an interview question where they asked how he could integrate Slack, right? Was that a question? Into CI/CD? Is that a question, Victor?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so my question is that a standard question for any CI/CD interview question that they will ask about integrating Slack into CI/CD? Is that, or you could do another kind of project with CI/CD?
I think why he asked was because he wanted, I had the project management main experience. So he wanted me to know what, as a DevOps engineer, whether I knew how to integrate any messaging services for control, managing as a lead DevOps engineer.
Oh,
So yeah, so that's just, and the follow-up question was, I remember same interview was, what do I use to keep up with new DevOps topics? Like they wanted to know what, like there's, I think, TLDR and other things. So it depends on the scope of the job requirement, but most people don't do it. It depends on the scope of the job requirement. That's why I think
In
focused on.
addition to what you just said, I think the other thing is that that might be what they are using in their own establishment.
Yes,
So
exactly.
they want you to be familiar with what you're,
Exactly.
you know,
Mhm.
what they're
Exactly.
using. Yeah.
Yeah. I was surprised when they asked that question. I was like, I knew what Slack was. I was like, what does Slack have to do with CI/CD? I thought about it. I was like, okay, makes sense. But I never really knew how to do it till our best man, Mr. Azeez, just in 5 seconds showed us. All right. Thank you once again.
Yeah. So you, I think always the best thing I'll say about interview question is you guys should always go into interview with the confidence of backing up what you've put on your resume and things you know, right? You rarely like, I'll say maybe, I'm not saying that's what you guys are doing, but don't go in like anticipating the type of questions they're going to ask you and try to prepare ahead of time. Just you can drive the flow of the interview too with how you respond to them and how you answer questions. Interview is more of like a conversation, which the conversation is always stems around your experience and what you've specified on your resume. So say to answer the question, what type of standard question would they ask you in an interview? There isn't really a standard question. The only standard question you will get that is consistent is um is if is this question, tell me about yourself. Tell me about yourself, tell me about your experience.
Exactly.
That's the standard question you will get.
Exactly.
But in terms of any technology, they're gonna ask you, where do you store Terraform, state file? What do you use for this? You don't know what question they're going to ask you. There's no standard questions to that. The only thing that is standard is tell me about yourself. That is very standard.
Everything is open games. That's
So
why
as it,
I like that's why I like how Azeez is breaking the coursework bit by bit. He breaks it bit by bit so you understand each concept, and now it's making sense. Now we're going into the workflow of step one. Now I'm seeing, wow, all that time he was doing from project 2 to project 3 now just step one in the infrastructure has covered all what we've been doing for like 5 projects. And during an interview now, I could just see myself being in Aziz class and just spitting out everything he says and just not even giving them a time to, once they know you know what you're saying, they'll cut you off and ask you the next question because they know the process is long. So that's my experience I've had. Once they know you know it, if they cut you off, that means you know it. They'll go to the next one. So, but this is doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
quick one, quick
Chida,
one,
thank you. I appreciate the gifts. Thank you.
quick
Yeah,
one.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to ask, like, each project we do, we always put on our GitHub. Like, should we put the link of each of the project on our resume? Like, I've not started applying for jobs.
No,
I'm in my process of learning.
no. Don't put it on your resume.
Okay.
No. I don't even think most jobs like links on resume. Don't put the link.
Okay.
On your resume should just have your experience and things you are confident that you can do.
Okay.
When you get to the interview, that's where you back up everything with what you say. Right. So your resume should be what you can do.
Because sorry, I'm a petroleum engineer right now. I'm working as an engineer. I'm just switching to tech. I've been following the background, like trying to do my basic and everything. So I
Mhm.
want to ask one more thing again, because like I said, I'm still learning. I'm not just applying for job yet because I still have a lot to catch up. But quick one, like some job, right? You see the job description. Like, are you like you said, we should just put what we are comfortable of doing in our resume. But the time, like the job description, like, do you like should we tune them if we're applying to job based on the job description, or should we just leave our resume the way it is, like based on what we have learned?
So with the job description, you apply to jobs that you've read their job description and you are confident that you can do majority of it. So
Mm-hmm.
in a job description, there will be Chida, or just a second, good afternoon or good evening. So there will be in a job description, there will be sections there that they are telling you these are the skills you must have. And there will be other sections where they are telling you these skills will be nice to have. You don't have to have it, but it'll be nice to have. Whatever they are telling you must have, those are the skills they are not willing to compromise on. So if you are confident you can do majority of the things in that section, you don't have to be all of it, but you are confident that I can do majority of the things here, and even things that I don't know, I can figure with research, I can do it. Then you apply to those jobs, right? If there's things in there you can do that that are not covered on your resume, yes, you can tailor your resume to cover those things that you can do, but don't tailor your resume to a job description that you don't know how to do with majority of the things there. Only do that if you know you can do whatever is listed in that job description, but you don't have it on your resume.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Can I add to that, please?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you're correct about that. So tailoring your resume according to the job description is the thing now, because they also have AI that checks for that. And just to add to everything Professor Aziz has been saying, I'm a product of Aziz materials and the class since 2023. I can tell you for a fact that he's the only person out there that I've seen for the past 3 years that does the real thing. I've been working as a DevOps engineer, and I can tell you everything he's teaching is real production thing. And I actually joined this class because I have an interview that they gave me an assessment. And the assessment is actually based on all these things that he has been teaching. So I joined this class just to refresh my memory so I can see what I need to add to the assessment. It's something I can share with him, maybe sometime along the line or somewhere along the line, he can give it out to you guys to check it out and practice with it. Interview is just based on whatever you know. All of the things he has been teaching, that is what they'll ask you in the interview. Trust me, if you can do it from beginning to the end, you're not missing anything when it comes to the job. This is just real life scenario I've been teaching. So I just choose to speak now just to encourage you guys. For those that are just joining and for those that are still there, as this is the real deal out there, and it gives it for I would say the amount is giving it out is free to me because it is nothing compared to what you'll be making when you get a job. So yeah, thank you very much for what you've been doing, what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, I was just pushed to say this just to encourage everybody on this call that once you can do this by yourself and follow what he's teaching, the sky is your starting point.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Thank you so much, Yomi.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so hopefully by time once it's done, I would share the file he's talking about with you guys once I get his approval, once everything has cleared. You guys will see that whatever is in that file is exactly what I'm showing you. And this is like a real job assessment of like what they are they gave him for a job he's inquiring about. So when you guys get, like, for example, this pipeline didn't have some of these things, but when I got you guys feedback, I tried to implement it, right? And with what we are doing, we are not just deploying a site just to deploy a site that is not secure. We are using a lot of techniques, best practice, tools to make sure our infrastructure is secure. You can literally take this reference architecture and go and deploy the same thing in your work environment. A lot of this stuff we even use in my job, right? Like a lot of the, not with the CI/CD, but even with the CI/CD, yes, majority of it, right? So things that I'm showing you is like really real world scenario type of things, right? The only thing I'm just trying to get better at is just a way to be more, and honestly, part of the reasons why the price is probably what it is because for me, I'm just trying to be like someone that just shows you the roadmap, like, okay, this is what you need to do to build your skills, right? But I don't feel like I need to charge you a bunch of stuff for that. But the work will also have to come on you guys. And so I'm not pointing, not pointing finger at anyone here. So it's not specific to anyone. But I do get a lot of questions randomly about this and this. And sometimes it will be things that I would, at certain point, like that's what I'm saying, if you are on Terraform project, I expect you to know everything that has to do with the project 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So if you're on Terraform project and you stay asking me how to configure AWS CLI or something that you were supposed to learn in project 2, then to me it just seems like you are completing the project just to complete it and you are not really comprehending what you are doing. So which is why I always preach, like, comprehending is much more important than just completing the project. And how you comprehend something is, which is why I'm glad that with this one now, you guys have assignment, you do your assignment, then you do the project, do the assignment. All that stuff is just to help you build your knowledge in these things so that way you will be ready. But really, I always say, what you guys walk into the job interview with the experience, your experience, that's where your confidence comes from. So don't go in thinking that you have to memorize anything. Just be confident and be able to back up what is on your resume. Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead.
You zoom out on this picture. Zoom in a little bit for me. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, just a second. Mr. Emmanuel was raising his hand. Then you can go after him. Mr. Emmanuel, are you there?
I'm here. What I want to say is, I want to speak to Yomi, who has benefited and who can attest to the benefit of this class and the way you have mentored almost everybody to success. I don't know whether he could find some time for Slack for some of these people that cannot, or some of us that are having difficulty on the projects we are doing and unable to get you to. Some of them are just one question or just, it could even be typo error that is unknown. And once you are stuck and you don't have access to Azeez, I mean, sometimes it's frustrating. But if somebody like you, me, and some few others who are working now, who has benefited, who are more knowledgeable about all these things, can come to the help of those people who are in need of Slack, I think very helpful. I don't know whether you could have any time to spare to help those people who are struggling on their projects on Slack.
So, Azeez, if you recall, can I go on?
Yes.
Yeah, if you
Right.
recall, I suggested some months back, probably in November, that if you can have either Telegram or WhatsApp dedicated solely for this, so that just like what Mr. Emmanuel just mentioned now, people like Yomi will be very useful. It doesn't necessarily have to be you. Some other people who have also done it too. Maybe someone is on project 2 and the other person has done that before. He'll be able to chip in one or two things and say, "Oh, I've done this before. Don't worry, this is how to go about it." So he probably it's gonna be maybe when the person does not have any response from anyone, that's when you always come in. So I don't know. Either Slack is more or less. It looks like it's a little bit complicated, but like WhatsApp is much easier to go to, than
Sorry.
Slack. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want
Go
to
ahead.
quickly add to that. We've actually had this conversation before, and the suggestion you're making now was in existence, right? I remember then in Slack, when I newly got a job, I was actively in Slack because I had time. And this was what we do back then. Every one of us still studying in class, we help ourselves with troubleshoot. Now, if you're depending on those that are already working, some have 2 jobs, some of them have 3 jobs, right? And some have other things they're also doing. But the best thing is if the channel is created and a problem or a challenge is posted on the channel, there will definitely be one person that is ahead that has gone through that troubleshooting process, resolved it. Now, in Slack or anywhere, there'll be a form of documentation created. Oh, here is the issue I faced. This is how I solved it. And that is an example of a real world scenario. Whenever you have a problem on your job, you encounter that problem, you solve it. You have to document the step. So the person that is coming, or another engineer, will not go through the stress you went through. So that is the essence of documentation. Yes, we used to have that. I can actually jump in, but trust me, some of us are even 24 hours is not enough for us compared to when we started. We were very, very active. But it's a good suggestion, but the only thing I'm adding is everybody on this call, being on that Slack, can actually help each other. And myself and Aziz, I think we'll still discuss on how we can build it, group everybody, like, maybe 4 or 5 in one group. Every group can be helping each other. So when there's more difficulty, Aziz can jump in. If I'm available, I can jump in. And also to add, this Terraform we are all looking at, it's a foundation. We are learning it. I was on a job for 2 years. I didn't see Terraform. I learned Terraform. I knew Terraform. I took the certification. I got a job. I didn't see Terraform for 2 years. Everything started disappearing. I needed to start refreshing again. So everything you're learning now is just foundation. There's some jobs that you get the environment. You don't use Terraform. Maybe they use CDK or CloudFormation. There's some jobs. Somebody has a question about GitLab. They use GitHub. Sorry, they use GitLab. They don't use GitHub. It is just this, if you understand the fundamentals, you can easily, navigate. And with the help of ChatGPT these days, you instruct ChatGPT on what you need ChatGPT to do. ChatGPT doesn't tell you what to do. So you need to understand the foundation before you can even use ChatGPT correctly. So I think I'm able to cover 2 things there. You're learning the foundation. You know Terraform. On your job, you might be using just CloudFormation. Some people use Jenkins. So there are different tools out there. So for the help, yes, everybody here, we can actually help ourselves and create that group.
Yeah. So I can definitely try to create, thank you guys. It's all good suggestion. I can try to create the Telegram, whichever one I'll look into it, whichever one is much easier. But it's the same thing with the Slack too. If someone posts something in there, the best way you learn is if you try to help that person look at the issue and see if it's a project you've worked on, and try to help someone on troubleshooting. That's also the best way you will learn because you do learn a lot from troubleshooting. So I'm sorry, that's probably why I'm running it this way. And I know it still comes with an expectation, but I just feel like there is like the reason why I'm not charging so much for it is because like I know the amount I'm charging for it, like you will not find anyone out there that's charging this amount and would not give you the same level of work. I know for a fact. So, and I'm not saying that's the reason why, but I just know that I'm also busy that I can't be online all the time, which is really why on Saturdays I'm here. So that way you can see me ask any questions you want. And I'll probably just do more office hours during the week. Maybe I'll do every other day. So that way you guys can catch me online. And if you have any questions, because if someone is working at their project at 12 a.m., even if I'm free, I'm not going to pick up anybody's call at 12 a.m. in the morning because that's not that's not the expectation that I want to set for everyone that they can just call me at any time. So we need to, just like any business, they have office hours and we always adjust to their office hours. I want you guys to do the same thing with me. Even though people always expect me to be around at any time. But I don't feel like I'm charging enough for me to be around at any time. But I'm also saying that just because whatever I'm charging you does not mean I'm not trying to help you to. I'll try more than I can do to help you guys, but it's just like it's going to take a little bit of working together with people that are in the group. If you guys say we should all be in a group, if someone posts a question in the group, other people should try to help to assist that person. If it is something then when I have time, I can also help the person. Ultimately, it's my responsibility, but I also want you guys, since if you want to learn, then you guys have to do that as well. Then, and the only other thing I can think is I'll just try to be online more. But right now, I'm still updating all the course. Once I'm done with the course updating it, trust me, I'll probably pick 1 or 2 days during the week where I have office hours. And it might be maybe for 1 hour or 2 hours, but I'll be online. So please bear with me.
When will be the mock section where you serve as the interviewer? When are we doing that?
Maybe when we are done with this project and you guys complete your final project, then we can do that. It will be after we are done with all the project. Mr. Wale, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want to. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Don't worry.
okay. I just want to say this that my name is Adi, so I've also been with Azeez for a while, and even before I got my job, and this is not to to like um blow my trumpet, but I just want to share this that even till now, whenever I'm on break, I still check AOS Slack to see if there is anybody posting any troubleshooting issue. But in recent time, there hasn't been much of such interaction from us. So I'm saying that if there is any issue, we shouldn't wait for Azeez. There are some of us that are ready to, even out of our busy schedule. I've connected with folks on this platform that I didn't know from anywhere, folks in Europe, folks in the UK, that we have arranged private what's it called, Zoom session to troubleshoot. I can't start mentioning names. So please do not wait for Azeez. Put your whatever troubleshooting issue you might have, people will be there to help. If I'm not there, there are many people that check Slack. And till today, I still check it. I will just check, let me see if there's, I don't know. One, I know for certain that helping people to troubleshoot adds to my knowledge. I know that, and I kind of appreciate that. Regardless of whatever time it will take me, I will just be like, yeah, I'm learning too. So I always do that. And another thing I want to add is, please, Aziz, I will I would beg you not to create Telegram or WhatsApp. And the reason is this. Slack is still okay for us. Please let us disabuse our mind from this thinking that Slack is complex. Slack is not complex because when you get to work, you just need to get used to the corporate tools or
Exactly.
technologies. And Slack is the
Very good
process.
point.
At my workplace, we don't use Slack, we use Google Meet.
Good.
And I
Yeah.
tell you, if you think that Slack is complex, and you get to a workplace, say you are used to Telegram and WhatsApp, which are just common, messaging apps. When you get to workplace, you might mistakenly post a message that is meant to your colleague in an executive um, channel. I mean, you because you are not used to that corporate, um, you know, setting and different channels. You have in my work, we have operations channel, we have a marketing channel, we have a development group, you have group that is just between you and the CEO. You don't want to make a mistake and so what I'm trying to say is let's get used to it. It's not that complex. It's just by the time you do it one, two, three times, you get the flow. And what else do I want to ask? So I think that's all I just quickly want to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Adewale. That's actually a good point, and you just remind me um of the reason why I didn't open the Slack, the WhatsApp group in the beginning as well, because then everything we are doing here is I'm trying to get you guys used to is as close to a work environment as you will see in terms of like the tools we are using, you know, from GitHub, everything, even with Slack, majority of places, either you'll be using Slack, Teams, which is by Microsoft, or Google Meet. That's like the only three messaging you will see. So by getting used to Slack, you already solved that problem. Slack has the ability to call. You can download the app on your phone. So if you guys text me on Slack, it does. I probably need to set my Slack so I get the notification because some of my notification is weird on my phone because I probably turned off some notification, but Slack's notification goes to your phone. If you call on Slack, start a huddle, it will call my phone as if someone was calling me. So I do agree with Adewale. Having just a bunch of avenue is diluting it because some people might not even be on Telegram. And if you're posting questions there, people might not see. So I think it's good to just be in one area and whatever issue we're having, we just need to try to assist each other in that area. I need to do a better job at that. And I also want everyone to be able to chime in and help each other as well. Because sometimes someone might post in the question that I feel like there should be someone that's doing the project that understands how to do it, right? Troubleshooting with other people that I'm telling you, you'll learn 10 times faster than when you're just going through the project and you are not having any issue. Because my videos are structured in a way where if you follow it step by step, you really not you'll be able to complete the project from beginning to end. But helping someone troubleshoot, like who was I? Yeah, Yemi, the last time we were troubleshooting, right? And he actually was doing the project right. And he's been troubleshooting for like 3, 4 days. And there's nothing, he's not doing anything wrong. Even when I looked at it, his Terraform code, everything was up to date. The issue was that I'm even telling you now. So if you guys are trying to deploy anything and you notice that your application is giving you that home page that is not really showing your website, but it's not showing that it's failing. When you guys enter your password for your RDS, don't put any special character in there because sometimes those special character will break the link of your RDS to the server. So just use regular numbers and letters. And we end up because I had the same issue a couple of days prior. So when I looked at his credentials, I saw that he had some special characters in there. And I said, I think that's the issue. And he fixed it and everything worked. So I'm saying that to say troubleshooting does help. You learn a lot. Like even key thing, some things that you wouldn't even that you won't think will be an issue, you will learn a lot that way. So um I think Slack is very good. We can just all just try to be active there. And I'm on the process of updating. I'm updating all the projects. So you guys will get new projects. It's the same projects, but with the new AWS console, I've updated a lot of stuff. You guys can see this is the updated version of my ECS project that I'm sharing with you guys today. The current version that is there does not have a lot of this testing and Slack feature. So uh, I think we'll get there. It's just a matter of time. So let's not let's just continue to work. I mean, you guys do your part, everything will be fine.
Aziz, I have a question. I don't know, it's kind of out of the scope, but from this architecture, which one is comparable to Jenkins?
The job itself is you can build this job on with any CI/CD,
Okay.
right? You can build the job on it. It can be a Jenkins server, and you can build the same job. You can configure AWS, build AWS infrastructure, scan, build, push, Fargate, and all that stuff. You can do all this stuff on Jenkins too.
So would you say
The
it's a GitHub action?
Yeah.
hmm?
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. I was thinking
Would I say what?
like I'm comparing because I've used Jenkins before, and like what you said, understanding the fundamentals is very important. And it sounds like all we did right now was in GitHub Action is like Jenkins. So I'm thinking, I'm trying to in my head say, okay, is this GitHub Action was Jenkins in creating a CI, starting of the CI/CD process, the CI.
Yes,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Yes, but
Okay.
the difference is with Jenkins. With Jenkins, this is Jenkins here, and
Mhm.
this is the CI/CD GitHub Actions here. With Jenkins, you are managing this server. These are your jobs. These are your jobs. All these jobs you are seeing here,
Okay.
these
Mhm.
are them here. In Jenkins, it starts here. You create the server, you configure Jenkins, you do all that stuff, security, you be ready, in charge of patching it, doing all the security stuff, configuration and all that stuff. Then, then once you do that, then you can now set up the jobs to do all these jobs in Jenkins to do all these jobs. But the difference is GitHub Actions, you are not in charge of this. The underlying server that is doing your jobs, you are not in charge. You saw what we did. You guys just look at what we did, and that's all you just have to use to we didn't configure any server. All we did was just started writing our jobs and we are creating the job. So GitHub Actions, you go straight, you don't have the server, there's no server, and you just go straight to writing the jobs, and the GitHub provides the server for you.
Yeah.
Versus Jenkins, you have to create the server yourself. So
Yeah,
that's the difference.
it's much easier. You have to create it like you said on Jenkins. You have to create your own server, then configure the server, then put add-ons and plugins. And that's why I'm like, okay, oh, I'm a little bit
Yeah.
confused. So because I'm going back, it's like teaching an old dog new trick, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, so that's the only difference. So anyway, we we'll just stop here today. So, but let me work on so this one we just did here. So the infrastructure, we verified that the infrastructure got applied from this. So if I want to destroy it, you guys don't have to do anything other than here, change this to destroy. Then once you change it to destroy, save it, you get the thing, push it. I'll just put the destroy Terraform. Commit and push. And if I go back here, click on summary, actions, you can see the destroy Terraform is running. And this is the job. And you can see there it was requesting for a new runner to do the job. So you can see here, that's what you're saying. Like you see in this setup job, this is where it would request for the runner. Once the runner is available, it will start running your jobs for you. So you can see here, this is the runner it is using. It will now run the job for you. This is equivalent to Jenkins. This is equivalent to Jenkins, except for the benefit of GitHub Action is you don't have to manage it. They're just providing it to you and it's going away once it's done. You only focus on building your job, which I like a lot better than having to configure a Jenkins server. So yeah, so it's running the destroy now. It will destroy everything. And by the time this job is done, the infrastructure should be down. And next week we'll continue. Yes, Juliet, I agree. So yeah, when you assist other people troubleshooting, you both learn. That's one of the best ways to learn. A lot of the things I learned is from troubleshooting. So anyway, we are pretty much done for today. I don't want to hold you guys longer than this. Do you guys have any questions before we go? Any last question?
Last one, please. Don't forget to add on some snack.
Okay. Yes, I'll add you on Slack. So yeah, I'll add you.
Should we send our link on the chat or what?
No, it's fine. I know how to find you.
Okay, sir.
I'll just add you. Yeah. I'll just use your email to add you. It's fine.
Okay.
And also, I think by the time I'm done updating all the course, there will be a lot of changes in those things. So it'll be a easy process going forward. Don't worry, guys. Just give me time to update everything. All right. Someone asked their hand raised. Go ahead, Mr. Gbai.
Yeah, Azeez. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
have time for a quick question, quick troubleshoot after this?
I do have to. I have about because I have an appointment at 3 to go do something. But yes, I have about 17 minutes. All right. So
Yes,
anyway,
where's Ade?
so everyone, Ade, are you still there? Someone is calling. So everyone, we're pretty much done. For today, I'll stay and troubleshoot, but we're pretty much done. So thank you. Work on this part. The main thing is just this GitHub Actions documentation. Just you see how this GitHub a lot of is filled with a lot of good information. You don't have to read it like a Bible, but just kind of glance through it and see. The main most important thing is like the GitHub workflow, right? The syntax for the workflow. So a lot of the things you will see in my code, you can come and see the definition here and why it is used here. And also how to get started with it. So those are the main thing. Yeah, but just study it and try to understand everything we did so far today.
Thank you so much, Azeez.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone. So have a have a good weekend and I'll see you guys next week.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. All right. So you can share your screen for troubleshooting.
Yeah, I've sent you a message.
So on YouTube, are you guys staying or you leaving? Let me just say my good night. Juliet, good night. Ismail, good night. Wisdom, good night. Samuel, you're welcome. You're welcome. So, who else? Wisdom, you guys, good night in case if you guys decide to drop. And I'll catch you guys next week. You're welcome, Juliet. Are you sharing it? I don't see
Yeah,
anything.
I've sent you a message on the
Oh, you sent me a oh, okay.
I've sent you
On Slack?
sharing screen.
Oh, I accept it. Try it again. Send it again. Okay, it's coming up now. Amat, were you here today? Or you just watching from YouTube or you just busy today? I don't
Yeah.
think I saw you today.
Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yeah, this is Terraform code. So this is my code. After deploying it, I was unable to see the website. So, but I tried to troubleshoot several times. Yeah, which is let me see. I try to check my load balance, my auto scaling group. I think everything look all right in the auto scaling group, but my load balancer, I think I check here. This look okay. Okay, I think my auto scaling group was giving me a message like instance. The instance is not ready.
So, what were you trying to access that is showing you that your stuff is not healthy?
Yeah,
We can start from there.
okay, you see here now. It's showing that my EC2 instance is not
Okay,
here.
then scroll down. And scroll to the So when you try to access your site, what are you getting?
It's not coming up at all. This is
Just a second. Oh, Ahmad, I just saw your message. That's good news. Well, congratulations. So whenever you are ready, we'll be here. So take your time. God bless your family. And yeah, I'll definitely message you to definitely ask about an update. But congratulations. Yeah. So yes, just take as much time as you need to go and do what you need to handle. We'll definitely be here when you get back. Congratulations. Okay. So,
number one thing. When you are creating the Terraform, I noticed that we did not use Terraform to create the RDS completely. It's like we copy some information from RDS and or probably from secret manager or or manager, or what is this thing called? Other thing, I noticed that we did not use Terraform to create the RDS completely. We used some information from other. So I was wondering how come we use Terraform. We are using some information from other area to fill in some information for the Terraform.
So, are you talking about the ones we are doing here, or you are talking about the projects on the site? The ones we are doing here, right? The one
Yeah,
in this class.
yeah.
Yeah, we created the RDS from scratch. So we are only copying the credentials for the RDS from Secrets Manager, right? So, and the other thing, we migrate our data.
So when we created the Terraform, the RDS from scratch, so do we store the information in Secret Manager initially?
Yes, sir, we did.
So that means we use the previous RDS information we have in the Secret Manager.
No, the Secrets Manager is anything. You can just go store the information there. The only thing in Secrets Manager is
how do we get the username and password?
You make it up. Use just anything you want to
you
call
just
it.
make it
So
up yourself.
when Terraform is creating your RDS, it will just go to Secrets Manager. Whatever you put there is what it will use as your username and password.
Okay, got you. But what about the RDS endpoint?
That one is always the same. You don't need to store that in Secrets Manager. It's always, you don't need to store the RDS endpoint in Secrets Manager.
Okay, that means,
as long as AWS has a structure that they use to AWS has a structure that they use to create the endpoint. So as long as your RDS name stays the same, your endpoint will always be the same. But if you change the name of your RDS instance, then your endpoint will change because the name AWS used the RDS name as part of what they use to form the endpoint. So, but you don't need to store the endpoint anywhere because the endpoint would be dynamic. So the username and password, what means after you're in? Village, I don't think I understand your question. Yeah, so if you want to troubleshoot this, the way you will start is go into your SSH into this EC2 instance. So select this EC2 instance here and connect to it. You should have the endpoint. Yeah. Connect. Then change your directory to HTML directory. No, you have to do var first. HTML. You have an extra / there. You have an extra /.
Oh, sorry.
So type cd var. You have 4 ww's there too, instead of 3. I think I'm seeing 4. In the command you run, you have 4 www. You just need to remove 1. Okay. So type cd var and enter ls. All right. So there's no www, right? So if there's no www, so you know what this tells me? That's why you can access your application. right? There's no your
My
data, you didn't nothing got installed on your server. So you need to go and look at that your auto scaling group code and make sure the code is right, especially in the user data. And that's probably why, because when you guys know when you are running user data code, right? Even if your user data fails, the EC2 is not going to fail and Terraform is not going to fail. So that's probably why you didn't nothing failed, but that's where you need to look because your server don't have no application code. It will be yeah. So scroll up. All right. So this is where you need to look is that user data because that's what is what installing the application on your server, right?
yeah,
You have to make sure that that match. Hold on, I'm just trying to look at something. Deployment script, SH, TLP. Yeah, is that I don't have just a second. Let me open my own code. Maybe I
yeah.
can.
Your code may probably going to be different from this in this area, this one now, because when I was trying to troubleshoot, uh, checking all sort of things, and this is what is giving me to use.
Which
So
one?
this line 2025. To Spring and
No, so no. So line 25 is not that is it is your resource type dot your reference name dot endpoint. You don't need to Spring you don't need the parentheses and you don't need the remove everything before the parentheses and yeah. The Spring and the parentheses, you don't need all those. So remove the parentheses too.
error.
Right. So can you go into you see in all those icons on the left side of your Terraform?
Yeah.
I mean in the yeah, in the no, the in your Visual Studio Code, move your mouse to the left more. One more. Move your mouse to there,
Yeah.
right? So click on the one that says extension. Keep going down, you'll see it. It's further down. That one. Type Terraform in there and install the first one. Not the first one, the second one. Not that one, the second one.
I did install it before.
So why isn't it picking up? It's not showing you your thing. Your things are not being highlighted. Auto update. Click that. Uninstall it and install it. Your thing is not showing.
I think my
Install again. Okay. All right. Now go to your code. So go to the Explorer up there, yeah. And select your auto scaling group file. All right, save this file. I'm not sure. Maybe it's by how you did your Visual Studio Code. I'm not sure. So S3 URI, you just paste that one there. Okay, that's fine. All right, so run your code. What error were you getting? Hold on. So that's the thing. Like you
specifying VPC ID.
Yeah, so where's the variable for your VPC ID? Like where's the value for it? So you need to go in your TF file. I think you shouldn't have a variable for VPC ID, right? You shouldn't have a variable for it because this is like the regular Terraform project. The VPC ID is dynamic. It automatically picks up things, right?
Yeah.
So just search VPC ID so go in your variables file. I want to see if you have VPC ID in there. Look for VPC ID. Just do Control F VPC ID. So that one shouldn't be there. We don't have a variable for VPC ID.
Let me just
You have to remove it 100%. Don't comment it out, just remove it. So you see the arrow next to it, you just click the arrow down. So click the arrow for it to so you to see, yeah, remove everything under that VPC. Okay. All right, now save your file and apply again. Okay, so you're not using it anyway. All right. So I think the issue is with can you go back to that, your auto scaling group file? I just want to review it with mine. Okay, so leave it there. User data template file, path, module, deployment. Local secret name. Yeah, I think something is just wrong. Like you have like flyway version there's no flyway version in the one we create, right? I think look at the reference file that I gave you, right?
when I was troubleshooting, that's what ChatGPT gave me. So
the flyway thing don't go in there. So I'll say probably I think let's do it this way. Make sure the values. I'll send you my own auto scaling group file. So for reference. I'll post it in the chat here. I can download it. Make sure the structure of your auto scaling group file is the same as this one. Just a second, then you can you can even probably replace, as long as you didn't change any naming thing in yours, you can replace mine with yours just with the one I'm going to send you. Then when you apply, we can go from there. You can let me know and we can go from there. Because I think there's just like a bunch of mismatch somewhere in your code and it's kind of hard to see. But really the first one is your application code is not in on your server, which is why your server is just failing altogether, right? Meaning that this script did not execute. So So that's where the first place to start from. So this is the file. Compare that one to yours, then we can go from there. Did you see it?
Yeah, I just downloaded it.
Okay. Yeah. So just that, how that file is, that's how your auto-scaling group should look, because it looks like that's where you are having the issue.
Not downloading.
Okay, probably download it into your downloads. So yeah, so just add that one to your, maybe you can compare the file side by side for now and just see what the difference is. Then you can fix yours to it, or you can replace your ASG file with that one. Then and go from there. Because that's why your stuff is not working. Yeah, so that's what you have to do. I mean,
Okay.
just paste, I would say just that file, maybe create another file. So the easiest way you can do this is create another file in your Shopwise. So right click on your Shopwise app. No, not that one. The other one. Wherever your project is, not that one, the other one. I think you have two Shopwise thing. So the second one, that one. No, move your mouse down.
No, this is the zip file.
No, move it down. Then to the right, no, up. After it there, move your mouse to the right now. To the right side of it. No. Yeah, you see where you have Terraform Project Shopwise app. Your thing is covering it. That's why you can see. Move your mouse away from that black thing. You see it there? Yeah, that one. No, new file. Call it ASG Azeez or ASG2.tf. No, name it a new different name too. .tf. Now take what I gave you, paste it in that file. You can copy from this, copy what I gave you and paste it there. All right. So you can close your terminal and save it. Save your ASG file and save all of it. Now close your terminal and close this fine thing you have up. Yeah, that one, and close your terminal. All right. So right click on your own ASG file. And click compare, select for compare. Now right click on the two and click compare with selected. So there you will see the difference between the two files.
The description is different.
Yeah, that shouldn't break anything.
Launch templates. Then the web file is the part. So that should not be a problem, I think.
And it could be where your web files is. Is that URI correct?
Yeah, that's the right URL. This is my
So the EC2 instance that your auto-scaling group is creating in the console, can you click on that EC2 and go to the console and click on that EC2 instance? Select actions and security. Modify IAM role. Shopwise EC2 S3. Can you go look for that role, Shopwise EC2 S3 profile? So go to IAM. No, it's going to be a role. Okay. All right. It does have S3. Then go back to that your Terraform code again. Private app supply is 190, private app supply is 280. All right, scroll down. Scroll down. Okay. Last thing, your user data is not let's scroll up. Your user data is not and what is in your script?
My user data script.
Yeah.
Just downloaded it.
No, it's right there. It's in the thing. Click on that with the one that is there. That's the one that's trying to run. The one that says deployment script. Then it's just pulling this thing from. So it's, I mean, unless we run something, it's going to be hard for me to tell but I know this is where it's failing. It's not running your script. So the script is probably fine. You just need to make sure your I'm sure your script is fine. So go in your Terraform code, you just need to make sure that it is the code is the same. It's unless we run something like so in your ASG, you have to destroy everything. So fix your code to your code to look like mine. Destroy your infrastructure and run it again. Um, is not is not I think it's not running your user data script.
Let's edit.
Before you destroy the security groups on your EC2 instance, can I say go to the EC2 instance? No, don't edit it. Just scroll to the right. Okay, it's right. What about outbound rules? Okay, it's right. So I think you should just delete your and the thing is like your thing is not lighting up. So run Terraform destroy and run Terraform apply again. Then whatever error, whatever if you get any error, anything, just send me the screenshots. Because I think is your auto scaling group is not working. But I do have to go. I'm already late for what I was supposed to go do.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, so I think let me see the and also let me send you my because I'm not sure what is in your um not sure what is in your let me send you my script. Deployment script. This is my deployment script. Use that one. And DB migrate script. And you can use this one.
You send DB migration script as well?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just sent it. So replace those with yours and run it. It should work. I mean, I don't see any issue. The main thing is like your user data did not download the first time. I'm not sure how, I mean, how you applied it and why it didn't download. But I think if you run it, you can be sitting here staring at it, but there might not actually be an issue. You may have fixed the issue before you, because your auto scaling group is not really different from mine. So, but the main issue is that there's no there the your application code is not on your server. So that means that the user data did not execute for that auto scaling group file. So that's the main thing you need to focus on. But I do have to go. So if
Okay.
when you run it, I'll be back online later on. So just send me the thing. I will see it.
Okay.
I know you probably sending me a message, but I'm always late to respond. But I'll check it this time.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right, everyone. Thank you. So I'll see you guys next week. Um, let me see. I do have 7 minutes. Maybe if this runs on time and apply. I have 7 minutes. I'll wait. I'll just go at 3:30. Did you update your DB migrate and your
Not yet.
yeah, update it while that one is running? Find the file. Um, it's DB. You type in D. You type DE. Maybe hyphen migrate is right there. Well, you didn't download the one I just sent to you. Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see that one there.
I downloaded.
Oh, yeah, it seems like you downloaded. But it should be in your downloads. It should be in your downloads. Or check your desktop. Maybe it's on your desktop. I'm not sure how your computer is configured.
Normally, it will normally come to my download.
Yeah, that's where it should go. Well, so I think this one is showing one. Maybe that could be the date it was modified. But click downloads there, right? There is the same thing. So you can probably add the filter for the downloads date. Maybe that will help.
Yeah.
Is that the one I just sent? It's showing up there.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I replace it with yours. I mean, replace yours with this one. I do the deployment script too. No, you put it in the wrong file. Control Z. And you select the deployment script. You put it in Terraform file. You're on the Terraform file. Right. I save. All right. Can I see your secrets manager file? It's right there under Route 53. Okay. Okay. What about your TFVAS file? Your Terraform TFVAS. That one. So you have dev secrets. Now go to your secrets manager. Let me see. No, secrets manager in AWS.
Oh,
Yes, you're in systems manager, secrets manager. Retrieve secret value. Username, password. Okay. Username, password. All right. I think everything is there, so you can try to. So let me see your TFS file again. Your your Terraform file. Mm. I see your S3 equals to S3 URI. Okay, you can run your Terraform apply now. Yes. Yeah, we'll see if this applies. Then we'll go from there. All right, see if you can access your site. Let's see. First, just go to the EC2 console and see if, let's SSH into the EC2 instance. I want to see if the files are there.
Probably be preparing for
You have to refresh all the way.
initialize.
Refresh your page. All right, so you can still connect to it. It's fine. So scroll to the right. Let me say which one is. Are you creating two at a time? All right, yeah, just pick one and just connect to it. Right. So I don't think your files are downloading. It's not downloading. Something else is wrong with your code. Probably like something else is your code is applying, but something else is probably wrong in your infrastructure. Maybe your VPC. It could be your NAT gateway. We just have to look at everything from top to bottom because it's not, for some reason, it's not downloading your application, your file. Your script is not. I don't think your script is executing. Command to, let me even see. Command to check PHP version. EC2 command. Check PHP version. So type PHP-V -v, PHP-V space -v. That's not even installed. Yeah. So there's other issues in your thing. I don't think it's the code because the code Terraform is applying it, which is not running into any issue, but the issue is probably like on the network side, I'm thinking. So it could be just have to look at your VPC. Let me look at your VPC one more time, but I do have to go. I'll see if I can see anything there. If not, then we'll just have to. Select your VPC. Resource map. Select the public route table. Just click on the dev. The dev one. The dev, yeah, that one. Public something. See, that one is only, no, just click on the route table itself, the route table, the dev route table. No, that one. No, the dev RTB public in the middle. No, in the second, in the middle column. Not on that side, on the
Oh,
second
okay.
side. Yeah, that right. Not that one. The one that is highlighted now, the last one, dev RTB, that one. Yeah, like that. So I want to see what subnet is pointing to. So can you go to the right side? Let's see what's on the right side. Okay, internet gateway. All right, cool. Now click on the second route table.
This one.
Not that one, the other one, the private one. It looks right. So something is wrong in your thing. So maybe when I get back we can troubleshoot some more. But the issue is not like Terraform is applying it, but somehow it's not downloading. Can you again just I can't paste it to watch it, but the role that you're did I go in your EC2 console, let me see something. Your scripts are not executing. Something is yes, we just need to figure out what that is. Right? You have two. Why do you have two servers running? Did I put
Yeah, you did too. I think you did.
two in the desired capacity?
Yeah, I think so.
No, my own template has one. So I'm saying something is still, I don't think you are using my template. My auto scaling group has one, but yours is showing two. My desired capacity that I have in my auto ESG is one.
I just changed it now. The one you copied to me, that's what I replaced here.
Right. So go to your, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm looking at mine, it says one. So why do you have two servers? See, right there,
See? Higher capacity.
it's one.
Capacity two. Maybe it's creating a maximum.
No, it can't create the maximum. It will always create it to the desired capacity. Right. So then what about, can you go to the EC2 console, drag it out, and then um drag the name out. Maybe one is a migrate server, I don't know. Drag the name out. Okay, yeah, one is a migrate server. Makes sense. Connect to that migrate server. Oh, maybe that's the one you are connecting to. That's why we can't see anything. Connect to that one. Maybe you might be in the migrate server. You probably shouldn't be able to connect to it. So that one we will know your script execute. All right, type ls in there. No, you are not going to see the ls because that one is the migrate server. So nothing is there. Your scripts are not executing some reason. So your user data. So I can help you look at it some other time, but I don't have to go.
Okay. All
That's
right.
the issue. Your scripts are not executing, but your Terraform code, not to say from a building infrastructure part, it looks like your Terraform code is good, but there might be like some network issue, right? There might be some network issue, but I can help you look at it later on. Because this one should have like the flyway file in it, and the other one should have your web files in it, and none of them has that. So that's where the issue is coming from. Anyway, so when I'm online next time, I'll just let you know.
All right. Thank you.
No problem, sir. Thank you. Bye. All right, everyone. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Bye.